Chapter 499. In Dada City, before Shiyu the Great committed suicide, in a small room near the entrance to the barrier, a group of men stood. The leader of the group was the commander of the Han Dynasty's embroidered uniform guards, Montez. Meng Tai leaned against the wall and looked up at Gu Hai in the sky. Then, he took a deep breath. His eyes no longer showed the previous unwillingness to submit to Gu Hai, replaced by deep reverence. A group of embroidered uniform guards stood beside him. At this moment, a few of them were nervous. "Milord, will the Emperor really bring down the heaven-splitting axe?" one of the embroidered uniform guards asked worriedly. "Shut up and do your job," Montez said coldly. "Yes. But, my lord, the wild dogs in the cage have been restless all this time. Won't the sky-splitting axe's aura and Great Emperor Shiyu's constant attacks on the barrier scare the wild dogs to death?" An embroidered uniform guard asked worriedly. "Wild dogs? Calm the wild dogs down and go." Montez's expression changed. The wild dogs were a crucial part of the plan, and the Emperor wanted him to take care of it personally. Yes. Everyone comforted the wild dogs in the cage. Once 6 days passed, Heavenly Emperor Shiyu stopped bombarding the barrier. Not long after, not far from Meng Tai, a hole suddenly opened in the barrier. "Milord, there's a hole in the barrier." One of the embroidered uniform guards' eyes lit up. "Quick, let the dogs out, quick." Montez glared. Immediately, the embroidered uniform guards opened the cage. Woof! 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 In a state of panic, the group of dogs quickly rushed towards the entrance of the barrier. Soon, the dogs all rushed over. "Milord, that's it?" one of the embroidered uniform guards asked blankly. "Shut up. No one is allowed to speak." Montez glared, and everyone immediately shut up. After a while, the embroidered uniform guards and Montez looked in the direction of Dadu Hall with wide eyes. Shiyu the Great committed suicide. How many wild dogs did he kill? One of the embroidered uniform guards exclaimed. Montez's eyelids twitched. That was Shengtian Palace, a real Shengtian Palace. Yet, he was forced to commit suicide by the Emperor. He was forced to commit suicide in the heavenly prison. Before Shiyu the Great committed suicide, the embroidered uniform guards fought against the embroidered uniform guards. Qin Zibai had a great battle with the Dark Guard commander. The sounds of battle rumbled endlessly. However, the sound of Great Emperor Shiyu's attacks for 6 days and 6 nights was too loud. Even if the Dark Guard commander shouted for Great Emperor Shiyu, his voice could not be transmitted over at all. After 4 days and nights of fighting, the embroidered in the heavenly prison. Slash! The Dark Guard commander roared with a ferocious expression. Qin Qin! Kill! Qin Zibai's expression was ferocious as he stabbed out with his bamboo cane. Hong! With a loud sound, the long sword pierced into Qin Zibai's shoulder, and the bamboo cane also pierced into the secret guard commander's heart. The battle between the two finally came to a stop. Why? Why haven't they come out yet? The Dark Guard commander revealed a look of despair. At this moment, Qin Zibai was also covered with injuries and was extremely weak. Just now, he had used up all of Qin Zibai's strength. Cough cough cough, Secret Guard commander, you lost, cough cough cough. Qin Zibai coughed up blood and laughed miserably. The Secret Guard commander looked at Qin Zibai. Hearing the miserable cries from the outside world, he revealed a bitter expression, as expected of Lord Qin. Ha, ha 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 ha, Your Majesty, this old servant has tried his best. The Dark Guard commander spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly fell to the ground. Qi! The long sword on his shoulder was pulled out, and Qin Zibai suddenly fell down. Covered in blood, Qin Zibai no longer had any strength. He laid on the ground and looked at Shiyu the Great attacking the barrier in the sky. After some time, Shiyu the Great's charge suddenly came to a stop. At this moment, Qin Zibai suddenly sensed Imo Yike slowly walking out of the prison. Mr. Imo? It's good that you are fine. Qin Zibai said weakly. Imo Yike walked out and saw Qin Zibai covered in blood, lying in a pool of blood. However, he bowed deeply to Qin Zibai. Thank you, Lord Qin. Ha, thank me. It was my father who asked me to protect you at all costs. I only listened to him. Qin Zibai shook his head and sighed. Qin Yun. Mo Yike slightly frowned and revealed a trace of surprise. A group of secret guards entered the prison just now. They all wanted to kill you. How are you fine? Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike in confusion. At this moment, Chang Ming slowly walked out from behind Mo Yike. It's you. Chang Ming. Qin Zibai said in surprise. Chang Ming nodded and sighed slightly. Lord Qin, the descendants of our three families did not want to meet under such circumstances. Uncle Qin's body was given permission by the emperor to be buried beside my father's cenotaph. They were brothers when they were alive, so they should be buried together after death. Gu Hai did not destroy my father's body. Ha, it seems that I have to thank him. Mr. Mo, did I make a mistake? You allied with Gu Hai a long time ago. Qin Zibai stared at Mo Yike. Chang Ming shook his head. Mr. Mo was wholeheartedly loyal to day one. However, the emperor did not want Mr. Mo to die in such a humiliating way, so he sent me to protect Mr. Mo. Oh. Qin Zibai was slightly startled and immediately calmed down. At least, Mo Yike did not betray day one a long time ago. Ha, it seems that I am unnecessary to come to the prison. Gu Hai had everything planned out, so what if I did not come? Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Chang Ming shook his head. No, I can deal with the normal dark guards, but I can't deal with the commander of the dark guards. I might have hurt Mr. Mo. Thank you for coming. Qin Zibai frowned and nodded. Officials? Why are there so few officials in Dio Hall? Where is the Minister of War? Where is the Minister of Rights? Where is the Assistant Minister of Works? Also, where are the other officials? Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. Qin Zibai turned his head to look. As expected, the number of officials in Dio Hall seemed to have decreased by a lot. The atmosphere was quite tense earlier, so we did not pay much attention to it. I was a little suspicious at first, but I thought that they were scared away by the Deqian army, so they did not dare to come to court. There was no time to care at that time, Qin Zibai said weakly. Mo Yike turned to look at Chang Ming. Half a month. Mr. Good delayed coming to the capital for half a month so that you could find the officials? You know the officials best, so you could find them as soon as possible. Half a month? Half a month is enough. Did you threaten them? Is that why they all betrayed you? Mo Yike turned to look at Chang Ming coldly. Chang Ming did not refute, so it was obvious that he agreed. You could threaten them, but you turned them into vampires? Or did you turn them into vampires together with their families? You threatened them to listen to you. Those loyal bravery officials did not go to Dio Hall. What did you do to them? Mo Yike glared at Chang Ming. Mr. Mo, don't worry. I will not kill the innocent. They are temporarily in a safe place. When this is over, they will naturally regain their freedom. Chang Ming shook his head. Qin Zibai looked at Chang Ming, and his eyelids suddenly twitched wildly. All of this is Gu Hai's scheme. Qin Zibai's expression changed, and he weakly tried to get up. No, Your Majesty, please don't. Mo Yike suddenly screamed. Qin Zibai turned to look. He saw that Shiyu the Great had suddenly stabbed a knife into his neck and committed suicide on the spot in the square of Dio Hall. Suicide? His Majesty committed suicide. Qin Zibai's eyes widened. At this moment, it was as if he had lost his voice. He looked at the square of Dio Hall in disbelief. The entire capital city was rendered speechless. His Majesty was forced to commit suicide by Guhai. Mo Yike was shocked. Far away in the capital, flying boats were flying towards the capital city from all directions. On one of the flying boats, a man who looked like a general was anxious. Faster, faster. General, we have already done our best. The flying boat is now at its fastest speed, a subordinate said anxiously. His Majesty has already mobilized the country's power for several days. Something big must have happened in the capital. Are you sure that Lord Li led the troops to the capital? The general looked at the subordinate. Yes, this subordinate did not notice before. I do not know why Lord Li suddenly left with the troops. Furthermore, they are all his family's private soldiers. They are all going to the capital. It should be right. The subordinate said anxiously. Are you sure? Lord Li is a Deqian spy. The general said with a glare. Yes, I was not sure at first, but now I am sure. Lord Li led the entire family out. Their family is empty. We captured a few people and finally found out that the Li family is a Deqian spy. Furthermore, they have been in hiding for hundreds of years. Not long ago, they suddenly received a letter telling them to go to the capital. We were all fooled. If they had not left suddenly, we would not have known. The subordinate said bitterly. He understood. Deqian spy. Not only Lord Li, but I also heard that several Deqian spies left with their troops and went to the capital. What are they trying to do? Wouldn't all of them be exposed? The general could not understand. I don't know either. All the Deqian spies left for the capital early on. They are definitely going to harm His Majesty. The subordinate said with an ugly expression. Deqian spies? It must be the Deqian who told them to go to the capital. Why would the Deqian expose them? Now that they are in the capital, we do not know if they have harmed the citizens. We have to be quick, quick, quick. The general shouted. It was not only this general. All the troops were extremely anxious. The exposure of the Deqian spies meant that something big was going to happen. No one knew what it was, but they had a bad feeling. Troops after troops rushed and finally arrived at the capital. From afar, they could see the scene outside the capital. However, they saw the Deqian troops. The spies were leading the troops and standing behind the Deqian troops respectfully. Fortunately, the city had not been breached yet. No, the capital seemed to be trapped in a barrier. From afar, they could vaguely see the interior of the capital. They could see the plaza of the Deja Palace. Shiyu the Great had stabbed a knife into his neck and committed suicide. Chapter 500. Boom! The Sea of Providence rumbled as the Sea of Providence suddenly collapsed. The Sea of Providence was dispersing at an extremely fast speed. Shiyu the Great committed suicide, so the Deqian and the Dehan could not take all of the Providence. 70% of the Providence disappeared, and only 30% was taken by the two dynasties. The Deqian took 10%, and the Dehan took 20%. The surging Providence headed toward the Chaoga ruins. There seemed to be a golden dragon of luck emerging from Great Emperor Shiyu's corpse. The golden dragon of luck let out a sorrowful cry and soared into the sky. However, as it soared into the sky, the golden dragon of luck suddenly exploded. The emperor died, and the Providence dispersed. Roar! The sorrowful cry of the earth dragon vein seemed to come from under the ground. Heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky above the capital city. A sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire capital city. The heavy rain fell, but when it reached the square of Dio Hall, it turned into drifting snow. The heavy snow fell, and the world was white. Your Majesty! Shiyu the Great's eunuchs and guards cried as they kowtowed. The officials who had betrayed Shiyu the Great knelt sorrowfully. In the capital city, the citizens who had been complaining about Shiyu the Great also knelt sorrowfully. They all knelt at the entrance of Dio Hall, where Shiyu the Great stood in the snow with a long saber. At the same time, the news of Shiyu the Great's death spread throughout the Day-One through the Sea of Providence. Countless citizens looked up in shock. They seemed to have sensed something. Your Majesty. The citizens of Day-One cities suddenly knelt sorrowfully. That sorrow turned into waves of providence that rushed into the sky above the capital city, wanting to condense the Sea of Providence. Unfortunately, Shiyu was dead, and the providence collapsed. It could no longer condense. The Sea of Providence condensed and dispersed for a long time. Vaguely, one could hear the endless sorrowful voice of Day-One. Boom! Gu-hai waved his hand, and the heaven-opening axe immediately removed the barrier. Gu-hai's eyelids twitched as he watched the people in the city suddenly kneel down and cry, and watched as the providence above the providence clouds churned. Shiyu the Great, the people are still with you. Gu-hai's eyes flashed with uncertainty. When Gu-hai removed the heaven-splitting axe, it instantly attracted the attention of countless commoners. The commoners looked at Gu-hai in the sky with tears in their eyes. For a moment, their expressions were extremely complicated. However, he saw Gu-hai grab the heaven-splitting axe and suddenly fly to the flying ship behind. Daiqiansheng, Jinmu of Silla, I'll return this sky-splitting axe to you. The Dahan's people have been avenged. Now, the Dahan will withdraw from the Daewon's territory. Farewell. Gu-hai said solemnly. Oh. Takashi Ryushin was slightly stunned. The heaven-splitting axe? That was the culprit. The commoners in the capital no longer looked at Gu-hai. Instead, they looked at Takashi Ryushin with hatred in their eyes. Takashi Ryushin slowly took the heaven-splitting axe and asked in confusion, Mr. Good, aren't you going to enter the capital with us? You have to know that the capital is where countless treasures are gathered. Even the treasures of the Great Slaughter Palace are stored in the capital. Today, you have contributed greatly. No, I won't go. My contributions are not enough to reach the apex. With only my contributions, I hope that Jinmu of Silla will agree to my request. Gu-hai said solemnly. Oh. Takashi Ryushin was slightly stunned. Shiyu the Great storage must be immeasurable wealth. Gu-hai said that he did not want it, and he did not want it. This time, the Dahan and Daqian countries attacked Day-One together. Gu-hai had done such a good job. It was not too much to ask for half of it. He did not want it. Agree to his request. I implore Jinmu of Silla to give Shiyu the Great a proper burial. Although he was our enemy, he did not lose his dignity as the ruler of a country. The death of a ruler should be given a proper burial. Gu-hai's voice was very loud, and it spread in all directions. Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. That was all. Even if Gu-hai did not ask, he would have buried Shiyu the Great. However, he would not have done so with the proper burial. Gu-hai gave up so much just to bury Shiyu the Great. I implore Jinmu of Silla to grant my request. Gu-hai said again. Okay. Takashi Ryushin replied. Takashi Ryushin's reply was transmitted to the capital. The people of the capital looked at Gu-hai with much gentler eyes. Gu-hai ignored Sima Changkong's wry smile and hurried to the back of the main hall. In that case, I will take my leave. Gu-hai came with the army to participate in this matter. I will take my leave. Gu-hai said to the inside of the main hall. This emperor is also going back. A drawn-out voice came from inside the main hall. Boom! Inside the main hall, millions of rays of golden light suddenly bloomed. The golden light shone in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the golden light disappeared, and the main hall became empty in an instant. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Gu-hai led some of his subordinates and stepped onto Dahan's airship. The airship turned around and separated from the Daqian army's airship. Then, it slowly left. Takashi Ryushin grabbed the sky-splitting axe and narrowed his eyes as he watched Gu Hai's airship leave. Long Outyen, who was beside him, said with a hint of disdain, "At least he knows his place. If he still wants to stay and search Daewon's imperial palace, then he is insatiably greedy. Something doesn't seem right." "Sir, Gu Hai is..." Takashi Ryushin seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed slightly. Sima Changkong smiled wryly and said, "Mr. Good is avoiding suspicion." "Avoiding suspicion? What is there to avoid?" Long Outyen frowned and said. "Previously, Mr. Good was full of wisdom and forced Shiyu the Great to betray everyone. However, look, after Shiyu the Great died, everyone's attitude changed completely. Everyone is sad for Shiyu the Great. This is where the charm of Shiyu the Great lies, and also where the hearts of the people are. This time, we are lucky to have Mr. Good. If it weren't for Mr. Good's scheme, we wouldn't have been able to defeat Shiyu the Great. At the very least, the hearts of the people are still with Shiyu the Great." Sima Changkong sighed softly. Everyone turned their heads to look. Indeed, at this moment, the people of the capital were looking at the Deqian airship with hatred in their eyes. Takashi Ryushin opened his mouth and said, "Gu Hai did the most." "No, he did all of it. He actually removed himself from this." After understanding everything, Takashi Ryushin's eyes flashed with anger. "He did remove himself, but Mr. Good gave up all benefits, right?" Sima Changkong smiled wryly. Long Outyen said coldly, "What do you mean by Gu Hai did all of it?" "Humph, he's just His Holiness's puppet. Anyone else could have done it. The main thing is that His Holiness is here, and the power of the sky-splitting axe is amazing. What does Gu Hai have to do with this?" "That's right. Now, the people of Daewon have the same opinion as you. Not only does this have nothing to do with Gu Hai, but Gu Hai also sincerely requested that Shiyu the Great be given a proper burial, an imperial burial. Not only do the people not hate Gu Hai, but they are also grateful. The people of Daewon have to be grateful to Gu Hai." "Ha ha ha, grateful." Sima Changkong smiled wryly. "What's this little bit of gratitude?" Long Outyen said disdainfully. "What's this little bit of gratitude? Whoever wins the hearts of the people controls the world. And the people of Daewon hate the Deqian army, so they will definitely be against us taking over the cities. As for Gu Hai, do you still remember Kong City? When the time comes, those cities will very likely welcome Mr. Good to take over the cities. That's the effect of this little bit of gratitude." Sima Changkong smiled wryly. "He killed the people, so we have to take the blame." Takashi Ryushin looked very bitter. "How is that possible? His Holiness was the one who killed the people. What does it have to do with Gu Hai?" Long Outyen said in a low voice. Takashi Ryushin shook his head and smiled wryly. "Forget it. Let's enter the city first." At this moment, the soldiers who came from all directions to save the emperor saw the scene of Shiyu the Great committing suicide. Instantly, all of them broke down. Why did this happen? The soldiers who came to save the emperor looked desperate. Save the emperor? Their emperor had already committed suicide. What else was there to save? Daewon was completely destroyed. Avenge His Majesty! A few soldiers shouted and wanted to charge forward. However, most of the soldiers who came to save the emperor left dejectedly. His Majesty was dead. Everything was useless. Heavy snow fell in Great Hall. All the ordinary people and officials showed sorrowful expressions. The entry of the Deqian army into the city was not destined to be a pleasant journey. On the flying ship that Gu Hai was on, Venerable Lun Yen stood at Gu Hai's side and asked, "Are you really willing to part with Daewon's treasure?" Gu Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. The instant Shiyu the Great died, nearly all the ordinary people knelt down. I knew then that I could not touch any of the treasures in the capital. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. "Mr. Good, you are very bold. You gave up the treasures of the capital to win the hearts of the people of Day One. By giving up everything, not only did you not lose anything, but you even gained more. Gu Hai shook his head. This time, I have to thank Venerable Lun Yen. If not for you, I would not have been able to take revenge for my Dahan citizens and kill Shiyu the Great. Me? I was just following your instructions. There is nothing to thank me for. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head. No, Master's literary cultivation is the painting Tao. If it wasn't for you, who would be able to draw the great Qian dynasty's emperor so vividly? If you hadn't seen the great Qian dynasty's emperor before, if you hadn't been able to draw him, it would still be unknown who would emerge victorious today. My painting Tao. Ha! However, it is not presentable. It is only misunderstood in that dark hall. If it were shown outside, it would not be able to fool anyone. Furthermore, it is not just my painting. Shiyu the Great did not believe it at first. It was your persuasion that slowly convinced him. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head. Venerable is too humble. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. As Venerable Lun Yen spoke, the flying ship suddenly flew to a forest and slowly hid. Oh. Why are we not leaving? Venerable Lun Yen asked, feeling confused. There are still some people coming to meet up with us in the capital. Let's wait here for a few days, Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike? Venerable Lun Yen narrowed his eyes slightly. Gu Hai smiled faintly and nodded. Venerable Lun Yen took a deep breath and turned his head to look in the direction of the distant capital. Daewon's imperial dynasty. Today, it is completely destroyed, Venerable Lun Yen sighed softly. As Venerable Lun Yen sighed, he looked at Gu Hai with exceptional shock. Venerable Lun Yen had seen Gu Hai at his most dejected. Back then, Gu Hai was a wealthy mortal merchant who could not ascend to heaven, trapped on 9-5 Island. Today, he arrived at the Divine Continent. With a flip of his hand, he destroyed a great imperial dynasty. Mr. Good, where exactly are you from? Venerable Lun Yen sighed. Chapter 501. It was in a secluded mountain forest outside Dada City. Gu Hai waited for 5 days. 5 days later, a flying boat flew over. The flying boat was full of people. Chang Ming and Mo Yike stood at the front. Mo Yike looked haggard. Gu Hai saw Mo Yike and immediately went up to him. Mr. Mo, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Your Majesty, Qin Zibai has been captured. Chang Ming said with a wry smile. Oh. Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. Qin Zibai didn't want to go with us, so he left on his own. Unfortunately, he met Jiang Chen of Long Outyan. In the end. Chang Ming said bitterly. Gu Hai frowned slightly and could only sigh. Mr. Good, have you been waiting for me all this time? Or did you plan this all along? Ha, you trapped me in prison with a letter. Mr. Good, you're very cunning. Mo Yike said with an unfriendly expression. Mr. Mo, everything was just a temporary measure. I know Mr. Mo's abilities. If Mr. Mo hadn't been trapped, our army would have been wiped out. I can only blame you for being too powerful. I had to be careful. Gu Hai apologized. Are you really here to avenge the people of Dahan? Just to kill Shiyu the Great? Mo Yike stared at Gu Hai. Mo Yike seemed to be interrogating Gu Hai. Chang Ming raised an eyebrow. He seemed unhappy. However, Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Mo, you agreed? Gu Hai said with a hint of excitement. Agreed? What did he agree to? At the side, Chang Ming revealed a puzzled expression. Mo Yike, however, had a complicated expression on his face. Answer me first. You're just trying to avenge the people of Dahan? Yes. Gu Hai immediately affirmed. You've never thought of crossing Daewon's territory? Mo Yike asked in a low voice. I've thought about it before. Gu Hai didn't deny it. You've thought about it? Mo Yike's expression turned ugly. Mr. Mo, when you were in Daewon, did you ever think about conquering Dahan's territory? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Mo Yike raised an eyebrow. Then, he smiled bitterly. Gu Hai had made it very clear. Even if the people of Dahan hadn't died, how could the ruler of a country not think about expanding his territory? Mr. Mo, although the Han dynasty is still weak, it has a lot of vitality. It's a small tree that has just sprouted, but it will grow into a towering tree one day. And this towering tree needs you and me to irrigate it together. Sir, since you're willing to come here with Changming today, Gu Hai knows that you have a plan in mind. Here, I sincerely invite you to join Dahan and create a new world with me. Gu Hai suddenly bowed solemnly to Mo Yike. Gu Hai bowed. The officials and soldiers around them all followed suit and bowed to Mo Yike. Changming was a little surprised. He didn't expect Gu Hai to be so respectful. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai and said with a complicated expression, this time, I came here with Changming. Indeed, I already have a plan. The Han dynasty is weak? No, as long as you're here, it's impossible for it to be weak. In this battle, not only did Mr. Good defeat Shiyu the Great's pride, but you also defeated my pride. I thought I could guard against all of your schemes, but I didn't expect to be defeated by a piece of paper. Ha ha ha, the Daewon Imperial Dynasty has been destroyed. I don't have to keep my promise to my father anymore. I can join the Han Dynasty, but you have to promise me two things. Oh. Sir, please speak. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. First, you can't send troops to any part of Daewon Imperial Dynasty. This is the last promise I made to my father in my heart. Daewon has been destroyed. At the very least, I shouldn't add insult to injury. Mo Yike said solemnly. Changming's expression changed. How is that possible? Daewon is no longer here. Instead of letting the Deqian take it all, why don't we grab some for ourselves? Alright, I promise you. Gu Hai smiled. Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai. Daewon has 200 cities. How can that be compared to you, sir? I promise you that I won't send a single soldier to Daewon Imperial Dynasty cities, Gu Hai said with certainty. Changming was stunned. Right now, the people hated the Deqian. As long as the Dahan made a move, dozens of cities would be easily taken. How could the emperor give up just like that? Mo Yike looked at Gu Hai and bowed gratefully. Thank you, Emperor. What else? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Mo Yike said solemnly, one more thing. Help me save Qin Zibai. Sir, don't worry. I will definitely save Qin Zibai. Gu Hai said happily. Gu Hai readily agreed to Mo Yike's two requests. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. He had clearly forgotten about Gu Hai's boldness. Mo Yike greets the emperor. Solemnly, Mo Yike suddenly bowed to Gu Hai. Sir, there's no need to do this. Gu Hai went forward to help Mo Yike up. Etiquette cannot be ignored. Greetings, Emperor. Mo Yike broke free from Gu Hai and bowed again. Seeing Mo Yike's solemn expression, Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. Good. Since that's the case, Mr. Mo, I bestow upon you the position of Han Dynasty's 4th Army Commander. As for the rest, when we return to Dahan, I will bestow upon you other rewards. Mo Yike greets the Emperor. Mo Yike bowed slightly. Congratulations to the 4th Army Commander. A group of officials immediately congratulated enviously. The army commander was not like a title of nobility, but it was even more so. The army commander could raise his own private army. In the Han dynasty, he had very superior rights. 2 days later. Gu Hai and Mo Yike were playing chess. The chessboard they used was a 30-line chessboard. Gu Hai played the black chess pieces, while Mo Yike played the white chess pieces. A 30-line chessboard? It's indeed extraordinary. Mo Yike exclaimed. Mr. Mo, you're the one who's extraordinary. This chessboard was given to you in the past. How long has it been? You've already solved it. Gu Hai praised. Solved it? I'm still far from understanding it fully. Thank you for your guidance, Emperor. I need to study it for a while more. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai threw the chessboard to Mo Yike and slowly walked away. He walked outside. Chang Ming was waiting for him. Have you dealt with everything a few days ago? Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've done what needs to be done. However, if those loyal subjects of the Day One are released, will they do harm to the Dahan? Chang Ming asked worriedly. The dust has settled. Their words don't matter anymore. No one listens to them anymore. Gu Hai shook his head. Your Majesty, this time we've recruited a group of vampires, but... Chang Ming frowned slightly. Gu Hai led Chang Ming slowly to the front of the deck. He looked at Chang Ming carefully. Chang Ming, this battle in the capital was also a test for you. You've done well. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chang Ming immediately smiled. I've found that you have a lot of potential to be unearthed. Your intelligence is not inferior to anyone's. Moreover, you're a person favored by the heavens. Your achievements will be greater than anyone else's. I have a position for you. See if you're willing. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Your Majesty, please just give me the order. I'll definitely do it. Chang Ming immediately said solemnly. Gu Hai shook his head. No, you're different from others. Your goal is not as simple as being an official of the dynasty. Do you still remember the oath you made in Chaoga? Chang Ming suddenly raised his head. Solemnly, he said, yes, I want to save my father. Even if I have to go through reincarnation, I'll find him. Gu Hai nodded. Find the Earth Soul. It's not enough to just talk about it. We still need to do it. The Han Dynasty has just been established. There are still many positions vacant. It's not that I don't understand the importance of these positions. It's just that I haven't found a suitable candidate. You know about the Embroidered Uniform Guard, right? Yes, the Embroidered Uniform Guard's commander is Montez. The Embroidered Uniform Guard is responsible for monitoring the Dahan and spying on the world's intelligence. They only answer to Your Majesty and have great authority. Chang Ming nodded. The Embroidered Uniform Guard is in the light. I now need a personal guard in the dark. Gu Hai said solemnly. Chang Ming's expression turned serious. He knew that the Emperor was talking about him. I want to establish a blood uniform guard that will only answer to me. Not only will it include the duties of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, but it will also have to do things for me and the Dahan that I can't do. In the Dahan, it won't listen to anyone except me. Even if the Crown Prince is the regent, it won't be necessary. At all times, it will only answer to me. I can give the Blood Uniform Guard all the conveniences, and it will also be my most trusted personal guard. The only bad thing is that we cannot expose the blood-clad guards to others. We cannot show them in embroidered robes, Gu Hai said gravely. Chang Ming took a deep breath. Your Majesty, this subject is willing to take charge of the Blood Uniform Guard for Your Majesty. Have you thought it through? Gu Hai stared at Chang Ming. Yes. Chang Ming answered. Good. From today onwards, I appoint Chang Ming as the Blood Uniform Guard's commander. He will be responsible for monitoring the Dahan and spying on the world's intelligence. He will only answer to me. He will have the same title as a prince and will have his own Blood Uniform Guard. Gu Hai said. Solemnly. Prince. The Han dynasty was very strict with the titles of nobility. Nowadays, the title of count was already the highest rank. Above the count were the titles of marquis and duke. No one had ever been able to achieve that. The title of prince was even more of a legend. However, Gu Hai had promised Chang Ming the title of prince. This subject, Chang Ming, the Blood Uniform Guards commander, thanks your majesty. Chang Ming said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Also, vampire. Ha, you don't need to call yourself a vampire anymore. After swallowing the bat ancestor, you are the ancestor. In the future, according to what you told me before, you can call yourself a member of the Blood Clan. You will be the ancestor of the Blood Clan. Yes. Great capital city, Great Hall. Takashi Ryushin entered the Great Hall and listened to the reports coming in from all directions. Grand Marshal, the Day One officials in the city are not cooperating. It is very difficult to subdue them. An official said bitterly. Grand Marshal, the officials who betrayed Shiyu the Great in the square of the Great Hall can't be found now. Another official said with an ugly expression. Grand Marshal, a group of officials appeared in the city. They were officials who did not appear in the Great Hall in the past. They insulted and said that it was the Grand Marshal who imprisoned them. Now, they are saying bad things about the Grand Marshal everywhere. However, they have been captured by us. The officials reported one by one, making Jinmu of Silla feel very uncomfortable. Long Outyen said indifferently, Third uncle, you don't have to worry too much. Now that the Day One is destroyed, we can slowly sort out these unruly people. That Qin Zibai has been captured by me. He has been in prison for a few days, but he still refuses to submit to us. I think we should forget about it. Why don't we just kill him? Let's wait a while more. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. Qin Zibai. He is just a brat who overestimates himself. What is the use of third uncle subduing him? He even dares to insult us. If it were me, I would have killed him long ago. Right now, the most important thing is to rush for time. Day One is destroyed, but how many cities have not been taken? Gu Hai is cunning. He will definitely take this opportunity to take cities everywhere. Then, we will suffer a great loss. Long Outyen said solemnly. Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. Indeed, Takashi Ryushin was most worried that the Han dynasty would send all their troops to Day One. When that time came, it would be much easier for the Dahan to take over compared to the Deqian. Grand Marshal. Sima Changkong rushed in from outside the hall. Mister. Why are you in such a hurry? Takashi Ryushin asked curiously. Gu Hai's letter. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly as he passed the letter to Long Outyen. Long Outyen looked at Takashi Ryushin curiously as he opened the letter. Looking at the contents of the letter, Takashi Ryushin raised his eyebrows. Gu Hai promised me that the Han dynasty will not send a single soldier to Daewon cities. In exchange for Qin Zibai's family? What? Is Gu Hai stupid? Long Outyen was shocked. Chapter 502. Capital City, Heavenly Prison. Qin Zibai was chained up. His body was covered in blood, and he was extremely weak. A few days ago, he'd been seriously injured by Jiangchen. Then, he'd fought with the Shadow Guard commander. Both sides had been injured, and he'd been so weak that he couldn't even move. At that time, Chang Ming wanted to take Mo Yike away. He also said that he wanted to take him away. However, he was Daewon's servant. How could he lower his head to these traitors? Qin Zibai left. However, not long after he returned to his residence, the Deqian army rushed into his residence. Instantly, he was embroiled in a chaotic battle. He was already severely injured. How could he be Jiang Chen's opponent? He was captured in the blink of an eye. You want me to submit to you? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Qin Zibai spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. However, the capital city was almost under the control of the Deqian army. There were Deqian soldiers everywhere. Now that his cultivation was sealed, who could save him? Ha! Qin Zibai, the Grand Marshal's patience is limited. Out Yanho has said that he does not care about your life. I advise you to submit to the Grand Marshal obediently. The next time Out Yanho sends someone here, it might be the time of your death. A prison guard sneered. Pooey. Qin Zibai spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Ha, do you still think that you are the Grand Marshal of Day 1? Ha ha ha, now, you are just a dog. I can do whatever I want to you. How dare you spit on me? You are courting death. The prison guard glared at him. As he spoke, the prison guard raised his whip and was about to whip Qin Zibai. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from outside the heavenly prison. Ha ha ha, did you see that? You are dead. The prison guard was about to whip Qin Zibai. Bastard! An angry shout came from outside the heavenly prison. Boom! A stone seemed to be kicked and hit the prison guard. Pooh! The prison guard spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large group of people rushed into the prison. Who? The prison guard coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face twisted with malevolence. However, he saw his superior walking over. My lord, why? The jailer said in surprise. Shut up and scram. The boss glared at him. At this moment, the superior was extremely respectful to the person who had come. It was Sima Changkong who had personally come. Accompanying Sima Changkong was the commander of the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards, Montez. Everyone walked up to Qin Zibai. Who beat Qin Zibai up like this? Sima Changkong stared. As he spoke, he glared at the jailer's superior. Your humble servant doesn't know. I really don't know. It was him, the jailer. Bastard, who allowed you to hit Qin Zibai? The superior glared at the prison guard who was vomiting blood. Milord, didn't you tell me to? The jailer said fearfully. Sima Changkong immediately looked at his superior. The superior's expression changed. Bastard, how dare you slander me? When the superior was about to kick the jailer, Sima Changkong said coldly, that's enough. The Grand Marshal asked you to imprison Qin Zibai and persuade him to surrender, not to humiliate him. How dare you disobey the Grand Marshal's orders? Plop. The superior and the jailer immediately knelt down. Mr. Sima, please forgive us. It was Lord Outyen who asked us to. The superior said fearfully. Sima Changkong was Takashi Ryushin's favorite. Sima Changkong could deal with him as he pleased. Montez ignored him. Instead, he walked up to Qin Zibai and carefully loosened the chains. Mr. Qin, I'm the commander of the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards, Montez. I'm here to rescue your Qin family on the orders of the emperor. Montez said solemnly. Ha! Gu hai. I don't want his kindness. Qin Zibai gritted his teeth. If Mr. Qin dies, do you want the Qin family to collapse? You're the only descendant of the Qin family. Do you want the Qin family to end here? Montez was not angry. He said with a smile. Humph, save me. Gu hai saved me. It's already a great favor for him not to harm the people of the Day One. Why would he save me? Qin Zibai said coldly. Mr. Qin, in order to save you, the emperor promised the Deqian that he wouldn't send a single soldier to any of the Daewon cities. All for the sake of Lord Qin's clan. Meng Tai shook his head. Qin Zibai's expression changed. What did you say? Gu hai didn't send a single soldier to any of the Daewon cities. The Daewon is already dead, and he doesn't want the cities at his fingertips? Montez nodded. The emperor came to the Day One not to harm the people of the Day One, but to seek justice for the people who died unjustly in the Dahan. Qin Zibai revealed a look of disbelief as he looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong nodded with a bitter smile. Qin Zibai's expression turned ugly. At this moment, Montez untied the chains for Qin Zibai, but he did not resist. Young lord. A person followed behind Montez. Butler? Are you okay? They didn't make things difficult for you? Qin Zibai asked in surprise. It was the Qin family's butler. Young lord, we were all sent to the death row prison. It was Lord Meng who brought us out. This old servant was wrong. I didn't have time to give you the old master's letter, so. The Qin family's butler said bitterly. My father's letter. Why didn't you give it to me earlier? Qin Zibai stared at him. The old master told me to give it to you if the Day One was destroyed. The old butler handed over a letter with a bitter smile. Qin Zibai immediately opened the letter and read it, ignoring his injuries. My son. When you read this letter, I will be gone, and the Day One will also be gone, right? Oh, what I asked you to do, did you do it? If you did, promise me one last thing. Follow behind Mo Yike. Remember, you must follow behind Mo Yike. Otherwise, you will be destroyed. Don't show the relic I gave you to others, study it carefully. Before you study it thoroughly, please promise me that you will follow behind Mo Yike. He will protect you. Father's handwriting. Yes, there was a special mark given to him by his father. It was really given to him by his father. Why? Why? Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Mr. Qin, the Qin family has been rescued and is waiting outside. If there is no problem, please leave with us immediately and meet with the Emperor and Mr. Mo. Let's go to your father's grave together, Montez said solemnly. Montez looked at the letter and felt slightly bitter. Father, what kind of disaster can I face? Montez smiled bitterly. While speaking, Montez glanced around the cell. When he saw the jailer suddenly trembled. However, Qin Zibai did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked around and saw the bamboo stick in the corner. That was the relic his father gave him. Could it be that the disaster his father mentioned was because of this bamboo stick? Qin Zibai slowly walked over and carefully held the bamboo stick in his hand. Mr. Qin, please. Montez led the way. Qin Zibai followed the crowd out with a blank expression. Outside, there was a flying boat waiting. Qin Zibai and his family were quickly taken out of the capital city and flew towards the north. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Long Outyen and Takashi Ryushin watched the flying boat leave with narrowed eyes. Third uncle, do you think Gu Hai will go back on his words? Long Outyen frowned and asked. No. Takashi Ryushin said in a low voice. South of the capital city, in a bamboo forest. At this moment, there was a group of men and women in white robes standing on the top of the bamboo leaves. They looked at the huge capital city in the distance with complicated expressions. The leader was a beautiful woman. She was about 30 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, and her white clothes outlined her bones and flesh. She seemed to emit a charm that made people unable to extricate themselves from. She had a different kind of mature charm. It was as if one would never be able to forget her gentle charm after just one glance. However, there was a cold glint in his eyes. The woman had a cinnabar mole between her eyebrows, which made her look particularly coquettish. Juzi, it seems that we have missed something. The capital city. The Providence Cloud Sea collapsed and Shiyu the Great is dead. A man in a white robe with a Tai Chi symbol embroidered on his chest said with a frown. The capital city. That girl, Wan Er, fell in love with someone called Gu Hai here. Schwanen. The woman said coldly. The Tai Chi man, Schwanen, nodded. That's right. The disciples of the Taisheng sect are scattered everywhere. I have asked a few people and they all pointed to this place. In the end, Wan Er died for Gu Hai and Gu Hai took revenge for her. Juzi. The woman narrowed her eyes. Fell in love with Gu Hai. Wan Er is a proud girl. If Wan Er likes him, he must be outstanding. However, he should be killed for disturbing Wan Er's cultivation. Juzi, martial niece Wan Er, how is she now? Is she all right? Schwanen asked curiously. The woman turned to look at Schwanen. Do your own thing. Don't worry too much. Yes. Schwanen's expression turned ugly as he lowered his head and replied. The day one has been destroyed. It's good that it has been destroyed. The Wanshou Taoism conference is about to begin. The Taisheng sect must take the lead and take a look at the sage hall. The woman said coldly. Yes. Don't worry, Juzi. The Taisheng sect's Taisheng scripture will definitely be able to suppress the sage scriptures. Another man in white said with a smile. The woman nodded. Dai Qianqing is up. He is ambitious and cannot be underestimated. Yes. Everyone replied. Qin Zibai's flying boat soon met up with Gu Hai's flying boat. Qin Zibai still needed some time to recuperate, so Gu Hai did not use his heaven-replenishing power to heal him. Solemnly, Qin Zibai also became Mo Yike's disciple after receiving a letter from Qin Yun. However, he was unwilling to become Gu Hai's subordinate. Your Majesty, Mr. Qin still has a knot in his heart. Let me slowly resolve it. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai shook his head. No need. Since Qin Zibai is willing to follow you, then let him follow you. For you, it's easy to dodge an arrow in the dark, but difficult to defend against a spear in the open. After all, he is from the Palace of Heaven and can help you resist some dangers. Yes, thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Mo Yike said with a smile. The flying boat continued to fly towards the Dahan. A month later, the flying boat entered the Han dynasty's territory and quickly flew towards the Chaoga ruins. On this day, Gu Hai and Mo Yike were still playing chess. Your Majesty, we are here. We are back, an official immediately said excitedly. Gu Hai and Mo Yike immediately tossed aside their go pieces and looked at the deck. Indeed, they were already outside Chaoga City. The Chaoga ruins were still there. However, there was one more thing than when they left, 9-5 Island. The extremely large 9-5 Island hovered stably in midair. Someone on 9-5 Island seemed to see Gu Hai's flying boat in the distance. His Majesty is back. His Majesty is back. Excited shouts came from 9-5 Island. Chapter 503. Stop! Gu Hai shouted. Rumble. The flying ships stopped in the blink of an eye. Everyone followed Gu Hai and looked in the direction of the former Chaoga city from afar. Chaoga city remained in ruins. However, there was a super-floating island in the sky far away from Chaoga city. This floating island was very large, no smaller than the former Chaoga city. This was the first time the countless soldiers and officials on the flying ships saw such a large floating island. That floating island trembled slightly, looking like it was slowly freezing in the air. Many Dahan officials and soldiers could be seen riding flying ships over from that floating island. Great! Great! What a huge floating island! Is this 9-5 Island? The officials behind Gu Hai showed shocked expressions. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes slightly. A huge floating island? 9-5 Island? No wonder there is no news of it. It turns out that the Emperor sent it 5,000 kilometers into the air to the Divine Continent. It is somewhat similar to the Deqian Celestial Dynasty's heavenly courts. A huge floating island? Venerable Lu Nian sighed at the side. The Deqian Celestial Dynasty. Heavenly Courts. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. The Deqian Celestial Dynasty has 33 floating islands like your 9-5 island. They seem to be arranged according to a specific formation, scattered in the sky. The main city is called Heavenly Court City. The other 32 are subsidiary cities, named after Tian. They are also called the 33 Layers of Heaven. 33 Layers of Heaven? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Heavenly Court City is the center of the imperial capital. The palace for the imperial court is called the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, the #1 palace in the world. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. 33 Layers of Heaven, Heavenly Court City, Lingxiao Treasure Palace? The Dacian Celestial Dynasty is going? Gu Hai nodded with a frown. At this moment, Gu Qin, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Bingheim, and Miao Chen led the officials over. Welcome back, Your Majesty. The officials said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Imperial Father, why did you stop? We have already arrived at 9-5 Island. We still need Imperial Father to preside over the final location. Imperial Father, please return to the Soaring Palace Hall and preside over the location of 9-5 Island. Gu Qin said respectfully. Gu Hai looked at the Sea of Providence clouds above Chaoga City. At the moment of Dayuan's destruction, a lot of providence surged towards Chaoga, increasing Chaoga's providence nearly twofold. No, we're going to pay tribute to the victims. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials replied. Immediately, a large number of officials and guards went to the graves of the dead people in Chaoga to inform the people there. Gu Hai's flying boat slowly landed outside the millions of tombs. The surrounding commoners also saw Gu Hai. Thank you, Your Majesty, for avenging my father. Thank you, Your Majesty, for avenging my son. Many thanks, Your Majesty. The commoners bowed in gratitude. At the same time, they looked at Gu Hai with exceptionally respectful gazes. More than a month ago, boundless providence suddenly surged into Chaoga City, growing thicker and thicker. Without needing anyone to inform them, the commoners understood that Shiyu the Great had died. The commoners were indeed grateful that the emperor went to Daewon to avenge the dead people. However, they did not hold much hope that the emperor would be able to kill Shiyu the Great. That was Shiyu the Great. Furthermore, it was in another dynasty's capital. Who could be confident of killing him? However, the emperor did it. At this moment, the commoners looked at Gu Hai in shock. The commoners quietly stood before the millions of tombs. An official from the Bureau of Rites brought wine to Gu Hai. Gu Hai raised the wine cup and gently poured it on the millions of tombs. This wine is for the deceased people. I have avenged you. Shiyu the Great has died. You can all rest in peace. Gu Hai said solemnly. However, the commoners could not see that there were many human souls standing on top of the tombs. Seeing Gu Hai come forward to propose a toast, the dead human souls suddenly bowed respectfully. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Han Dynasty. The millions of human souls bowed respectfully. Others could not see it at all. They could only see that a chilly wind suddenly blew above the tombs. Then, rays of golden light gushed out of the chilly wind and rushed toward Gu Hai. Is it the merit? Is it the providence? It's my father. He saw it, he saw it. A commoner who was still alive suddenly exclaimed in surprise. So much merit. It's my mother and the others. The surrounding commoners who were still alive exclaimed excitedly. After Gu Hai proposed a toast, he turned his head to look at Mo Yike. Mr. Mo, Chang Sheng's and Qin Yun's tombs are over there. Gu Hai pointed to a region of tombs not far away. Mo Yike nodded. A group of people from the Mo family behind him carried 2 coffins and slowly walked to the region of tombs. Then, officials quickly finished setting up the tombs. Father, Mother, this child acted on his own accord and moved your tombs here. Father, Day One is already dead. Beside you are Changsheng and Qin Yun. You were brothers when you were alive. You should keep each other company in death. Mo Yike said solemnly. Then, he slowly buried the coffins in the tombs and started moving the tombs. Gu Hai waited patiently. After everything was done, Gu Hai led everyone to 95 Island, which was more than 5,000 kilometers in the air, to the enormous floating city. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. When Gu Hai's group flew to 95 Island, the citizens around cheered. Amid the countless congratulatory voices, Gu Hai flew to the Soaring Palace Hall's plaza. At the Soaring Palace Hall's plaza, Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Shiyu the Great. You killed him. Dongfang Bubi said with some surprise. Something like that. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Dongfang Bubi's pupils constricted. Back then, Dongfang Bubi saw Shiyu the Great and Dongfang Bubi. Even Dongfang Bubi was not confident, but Gu Hai killed him. At the side, the expressions of Qin Zibai, Mo Yike, and the others changed. Is this Dongfang Bubi? 30-line pair world ritual array. Mo Yike said in shock. Gu Hai nodded. Imperial Father, what do you think? Guqin Bubi asked solemnly. However, Gu Hai slowly walked to the life entrapment saber. Buzz! Gu Hai extended his hand and grabbed the life entrapment saber's handle. Chaoga City turned to rubble, but the Dahan is immortal. Chaoga City was destroyed, and another city appeared above Chaoga City. His Holiness. Yishen Zhen looked at Daiqiancheng worriedly. His Holiness, Gu Hai moved the capital to the boundless heavenly capital. He is very ambitious. Sima Zongheng said with a frown. Daiqiancheng shook his head. I know. However, this is a good thing. Huh? Everyone looked at the great Qian dynasty's emperor in confusion. This showed that Gu Hai was very ambitious. How did it become a good thing? What about the Floating Clouds sect? Daiqiancheng asked indifferently. We have planted people in the Floating Clouds sect. This time, when the army attacked the Floating Clouds sect, they surrendered. Just half a month ago. Yishen Zhen said with a smile. Daiqiancheng nodded. Deal with these war zones as soon as possible. The Thousand Sage Conference is about to begin. Ram Saint, I asked you to host the calligraphy conference. How are your preparations? Chapter 504. The Qian Celestial Dynasty, Heavenly Court City, Upper Study Room. Ram Saint, I asked you to preside over the calligraphy conference. How are your preparations? Daiqiancheng asked mildly. Outside the curtain, Ram Saint said respectfully, the Thousand Sage Conference, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, has its own style. His Holiness can rest assured. I have taken care of it properly. There are still some trivial matters that will be settled when the Thousand Sage Conference starts. However, will I only preside over the calligraphy conference? The zither conference, the chess conference, and the painting conference, could it be? Zither Dao, chess Dao, painting Dao, I already have people in mind. You don't have to worry. Daiqiancheng said mildly. Yes. Ram Saint nodded. Have you received the replies? The Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty asked calmly. Yes, there are letters from the 3 Holy Lands and the other 2 Celestial Dynasties. Solar Divine Palace, Taichu Faction. Wanshou Taoism, Taisheng Faction. Spirited Mountain Holy Land, Future Buddha Faction. Dian Dynasty, Qing Emperor personally leading a delegation. Great Yellow Dynasty, Emperor Kong personally leading a delegation. Others, as well as the various academies, will send representatives. Ram Saint said respectfully. Taisheng? Tai Chu. Future Buddha. Qing Emperor. Emperor Kong. Ha, it really is a literary conference. Daqianqing tapped his fingers on the table. This thousand-sage conference will be held in Deqian. It will definitely be a grand occasion. Ram Saint nodded and smiled. Daqianqing nodded. In the western part of the divine continent, in a mountain forest filled with righteous energy, there was a group of buildings on the mountain. In each building, a group of people in green scholarly robes looked down at a valley below. There was a soundproof barrier in the valley, and no sound could be heard. However, one could see that there were many zither players hugging their zither, looking pained. The people on the mountain were confused. What a zither of life and death! They have all sealed their cultivation in this barrier. They will not open the barrier until the winner is decided. What are they trying to do? This guy is really something. Even the masters of the Guqin Academy of the Academy couldn't stand it. How powerful is that sound? Look, that zither player is intoxicated. It must be a powerful song that attacks the heart. Friends with the zither. Masters of the Academy. Zither play. Play. That zither player's cultivation has been sealed. What are you worried about? The people on the mountain looked at the strange scene in the valley. Within the soundproof barrier, there was a young man dancing and singing in an intoxicated manner. In front of him, a group of scholars were rolling around with zither in their hands. Help me! Help me! Save! Help! Help! Save help! Save help! Help! F***CKU, what the hell are you singing? Help! Stop singing! Stop singing! Stop! I have gathered all my power in my ears to capture all your notes. You want us to listen to this? Don't sing anymore. Help, I'm deaf. My sense of music. Go to hell, ah. The zither masters looked at the person who was singing. The person who was singing was none other than Gu Hai's heaven-level zither, Gaochen. She finally finished singing the song with much difficulty. Gaochen heaved a long sigh of relief. How comfortable. Didn't you say that you wanted to challenge me? Why didn't you play the zither? My general's order, cannon, and sorrow are all so. Only my song is the best. What do you think? The group of zither masters looked at Gaochen as if they were dumbfounded. Didn't we say we were going to compete? Didn't we say we were going to compete? An old zither master's mouth trembled. Gaochen's face darkened. That day when I played the song for the people nearby, they were so happy. But you didn't allow them to listen. Why? You even asked me to compete and said that if I lost, I would kowtow and apologize to everyone in the Zither Academy. Come on, who's afraid of who? Play. Let me moisten my throat and play another song. Let's see who's better. Gaochen drank a mouthful of tea and seemed to be about to sing again. Stop singing. Suddenly, all the zither masters shouted as if they were about to break down. Zither competition. We were going to steal your songs, Canon, Pathétique, and Order of the General. We were going to steal your songs and play the piano at the same time. But once you started singing those songs, we couldn't play them at all. How could we play them? Our sense of music is broken. How can we play a song and compete with you? When that little radish of yours sang, we were about to vomit blood. The old zither master looked at his disciple, whose ears were bleeding, and his face was filled with shock. I am. Gaochen opened his mouth and was about to sing. Don't, we admit defeat. We admit defeat. Stop singing. The old man shouted. Once the old man shouted, no one tried to hold on. How was this listening to music? This was playing with their lives. You admit defeat just like that? Gaochen said with a stunned face, his eyes filled with reluctance. Yes. Master, your zither skills are unparalleled. We were frogs in a well. Stop singing. No one here is your opponent. Really, compared to you, we are like fireflies competing for glory with the sun and moon. The old man shouted. Gauchen looked regretful and sighed, all right, I still have dozens of songs. Ah. The zither masters' faces changed. I still have a song that can cause thunder to roll. Sigh, it's so hard to find a worthy opponent. Gauchen sighed. All the zither masters wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. But, it's okay. Your zither skills still need to be improved. I will stay here and give you some pointers. No need to thank me. Gauchen's eyes lit up. Wang. All the zither masters' heads buzzed. What? You want to stay and give us pointers? Master, all the zither masters in the world are heading to the Thousand Sage Assembly. Why don't you go there? There are many experts there. They are all zither masters. Staying here is a waste of time. The old zither master immediately shouted. Yes, yes. All the zither masters nodded. Thousand Sage Assembly. Gauchen was slightly stunned. Yes, it's in the Deqian Celestial Empire, Heavenly Court City. Here, we have an invitation from the Thousand Sage Assembly. We admit that we are not talented, so we will give this invitation to you. We hope that Master can shine in the Thousand Sage Assembly and win first place. The old man hurriedly took out an invitation and handed it over. This invitation from the Deqian Celestial Empire was the most expensive thing in the world. In the past, they would not even be willing to give it a look. But now, in order to send this demon away, no one stopped them. Alright, but unfortunately, I can't give you any pointers. Gauchen sighed softly. No need, no need. Don't delay Master's glory. When the time comes, all the zither masters in the world will gather at the Thousand Sage Assembly. They will definitely worship Master. The old man said excitedly. All right. Forget it, I'll just force myself to accept it. The North Star sighed slightly and happily received the invitation. All the zither masters wiped the sweat off their heads. The winner was decided, and the barrier was removed. When the people on the mountain saw the horrified expressions of the zither court's great masters, they all showed shocked expressions. This Gauchen managed to conquer the zither court's elders with one song, the people on the mountain exclaimed in shock. However, Gauchen hugged the invitation and happily headed for the Deqian Celestial Empire. Han Dynasty, Boundless Heavenly Capital, Upper Study Room. Gu Hai looked at the Xuanwu race elder, Miao Chen, standing before him. Elder Miao, do you know about Shangguanhen's matter? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Yes, I did not expect that the Prime had an evil body back then. The evil Prime Xuanwu is still alive? Miao Chen said with a complicated expression. This emperor already sent people to search for Shangguanhen, but there is no news for now. However, the evil Xuanwu Prime has appeared. What is your attitude toward the Dahan? Gu Hai looked at Miao Chen. Miao Chen frowned and said, the evil Prime occupied Shangguanhen Prime's body. I believe that he will reappear soon. At that time, he will definitely gather the old members of the Xuanwu race. At that time, the Xuanwu race will definitely follow him. Although he is the incarnation of evil, he is still a prime. What about you? Will you follow him? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Miao Chen remained silent for a while. Then, he shook his head and said, I want to stay in the boundless heavenly capital for now. Oh. Gu Hai said, feeling confused. Evil intent? It should be the dark side that the Prime separated back then. He is just the dark side of the Prime, not the true Prime. I only recognize the righteous Prime. If the Black Tortoise God fully approves of him, I will have nothing to say. However, the one that the Black Tortoise God truly approves of is Shangguanhen. Hence, I will listen to God, Miao Chen said gravely. Gu Hai nodded and said, I remember that Shengguan Hen swallowed the snake head of the previous Xuanwu Prime outside Silver Moon City. Perhaps this evil intent is in that snake head. Your Majesty, I would like to ask if you will save Shengguan Hen. Miao Qin asked solemnly. Yes, and I must save him. Gu Hai nodded with certainty. In that case, I will lead the Xuanwu race as the national beast of Dahan and wait for the return of Prime Shengguan Hen. Miao Qin said solemnly. Gu Hai stared at Miao Chen for a while. Then, he nodded and said, I will do my best. Thank you, Your Majesty. Miao Qin said gratefully. While Miao Chen and Gu Hai were talking, a guard's voice suddenly came from outside the study. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. The guard said respectfully. Oh. Let him in. Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. I did not summon Gu Qin. Why is he here? Soon, Gu Qin walked into the study with a joyful expression on his face. Imperial Father, good news. Good news. Just now, 2 envoys came to the boundless heavenly capital. Gu Qin said excitedly. Oh. Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. Shiyu the Great has fallen, and the Day-1 Imperial Dynasty's territory is now ownerless. The Deqian Heavenly Dynasty can take it all slowly. However, for some reason, Jinmu of Silla suddenly became very anxious. Not only did she pacify the surrounding cities, but she also sent troops to attack them. Gu Hai slowly took out a scroll and handed it to Gu Qin. Father, what's this? Gu Qin asked, puzzled. With that, Gu Qin gently opened the scroll. There were many complicated diagrams drawn on the scroll. Gu Qin studied it for a while and said in surprise, Father, is this a formation? It's not a Go formation. Gu Hai nodded. It's the reason why the Great Slaughter Celestial Dynasty was destroyed. Oh. What's this diagram? Gu Qin was slightly taken aback. The forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm. Gu Hai said in a low voice. The entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm? Gu Qin said in surprise. You'll be in charge of the secret construction according to this diagram. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gu Qin studied it for a while and said with a frown, yes, but the forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm is as difficult as the floating formation of our endless celestial capital. It's not something that can be completed in a short time. Moreover, it requires all kinds of materials and a lot of time to collect them. I'll arrange for Qin Tianshan to be in charge of collecting these materials. You just have to do your best to build it. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. From the various signs of the Deqian Celestial Dynasty over the past few years, I feel that something big is about to happen on the Divine Continent. The Han Dynasty is too weak. In the face of such a big event, the slightest mistake will cause it to be destroyed. Therefore, the Dahan Celestial Dynasty must become strong as soon as possible. This forging diagram of the entrance to the Azura Mystic Realm is a crucial item. There can't be any mistakes. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Don't worry, Father. I'll do my best. Gu Qin said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Your cultivation level seems to be rising quickly. You're almost at the Yuanying state. Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Gu Qin nodded. Yes. There are some secret techniques in the legacy of Old Man Guanxi that have allowed me to cultivate extremely quickly. However, I just have a bad feeling about them. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. The secret techniques that I'm cultivating, how do I put it? It seems like a secret door. I can't tell what kind of danger it is, but I just have a strange feeling. Gu Qin frowned. Secret door. Gu Hai frowned. Guanxi's 9th son. Perhaps the 9th young master had discovered the secret door and wanted to find a substitute time and time again. Giving the legacy to someone else? Secret door. If it's dangerous, then don't cultivate it. The Han Dynasty has countless martial arts. Gu Hai frowned. Gu Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can other martial arts be faster than the one left behind by old man Guanqi? Moreover, once you start cultivating, you can't stop. I don't want to change. After staring at Gu Qin for a while, Gu Hai nodded. Ever since the cities had successfully submitted to the Han Dynasty, the news spread like wildfire to all the cities in the Day-1 territory. Shiyu the Great received the emperor's funeral, but the people didn't thank Takashi Ryushin. Instead, they thanked the Han Dynasty. The people were against the Daqian. Furthermore, when Takashi Ryushin took over the cities, they mobilized even more troops. The people of the Han Dynasty enjoyed good governance, and in a short period of time, more and more cities wanted to join the Han Dynasty. Of course, there were also those who didn't want to join the Han Dynasty. When Takashi Ryushin's army completely cut off the Han Dynasty's borders and cut off the Day-1 Dynasty, the Han Dynasty had taken over 35 cities. Including the Kong city that was already part of the Han Dynasty, there was a total of 36 cities. In a short period of time, the Han Dynasty's cities had reached 60. Pang! In the Daio Hall, Takashi Ryushin slammed his palm on the table. 35 cities. A bunch of trash. Takashi Ryushin said angrily. At the side, Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, Your Highness, actually, the Legion generals have already done their best. It's only 35 cities. We finally cut it off. The Day-1 Dynasty only has a total of 200 cities. Gu Hai is really lucky. 35 cities. That's more than his Han Dynasty's territory. Long Outyen was also depressed. Takashi Ryushin vented his anger for a while, then slowly suppressed the anger in his heart. Forget it. 35 cities it is. Takashi Ryushin could only feel helpless. The Han Dynasty's cities had reached 60, and its territory had more than doubled. Boundless celestial capital, in the study room. Gu Hai sat in front of the study table, and a group of Legion generals stood respectfully on both sides. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I only took 35 cities. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. No, Mr. has already done very well. Because of Mr., the Dahan's territory has doubled. What else can I blame you for? Gu Hai immediately smiled. Mo Yike shook his head and said, No, without me, your Majesty can still take these cities. I didn't do anything. It's just a pity that I couldn't take more. More? Ha, Mr. Mo, 35 cities is already the Dahan's limit, isn't it? Only Mr. can control this well. If it were anyone else. Ha! Gu Hai smiled slightly. Second Legion Commander Qin Tianshan raised an eyebrow and said, What? Mr. Mo only took so many on purpose. Third Legion Commander Bingheim was silent for a while and said, Mr. Mo is wise. 35 cities is indeed the limit that the Dahan can take. If we take more, it will make people jealous. Gu Hai nodded and said, The Dahan is still developing. Let's take it slow. Yes. All the Legion generals answered. Just as everyone was discussing, the voice of a guard came from outside the room. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has brought Mu Qinfeng to see you. The guard said respectfully. Oh. Mu Qinfeng. Isn't she in Silver Moon City? Let them in. Gu Hai frowned and said. Mu Qinfeng was Elite Hall's leader Mu. Back in Silver Moon City, she had followed Gu Hai to build the first zither tower on this street. Later, she guarded Silver Moon City's property for Gu Hai and was in charge of contacting the young master of Silver Moon Villa, Yun Mo. Soon, Gu Qin led Mu Qinfeng into the study room. Father. Mu Qinfeng looked for me earlier. The situation is urgent, so I put aside my work and came here, Gu Qin said respectfully. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Mu Qinfeng. Mu Qinfeng greets the hall leader. Mu Qinfeng said respectfully. Mu Qinfeng, did something happen in Silver Moon City? Gu Hai asked, puzzled. Mu Qinfeng frowned and looked at everyone in the study room. You are all my trusted aides. Speak. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Mu Qinfeng nodded and said, Your Majesty, you used to send messages everywhere and report to me immediately if there was news about Shangguanhen. I was worried that something might happen on the way, so I came here personally. Shangguanhen. Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, Villa Master Yun Mo told me. He saw Shangguanhen at Silver Moon Sea in Silver Moon Villa's property. There was also a large number of Xuanwu, Mu Qinfeng said solemnly. Shangguanhen worked with you for a while in Silver Moon City. Since Villa Master Yun Mo said that he saw him, it can't be wrong. Silver Moon Sea. It's good that we know where he is. Gu Hai nodded. Villa Master Yun Mo mentioned that there was a group of people who went to see Shangguanhen. The leader seemed to be called Qing Emperor. That's right, Qing Emperor. Mu Qinfeng recalled. What? Qing Emperor? Gu Qin's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Who was Qing Emperor? Gu Hai had already told Gu Qin about the information he had found a few years ago. When Gu Hai was still an ordinary person, the Qing Emperor had brought a group of experts to 95 Island. They were the ones who had killed Gu Hai's wife, Qin Xian. It was this Qing Emperor who had caused the disappearance of Gu Tang and Gu Ming of Gu Qin's 4 brothers. Qing Emperor. The Dian dynasty's emperor was a powerful man. Gu Qin's exclamation stunned all the army commanders. They didn't know what was going on. Qing Emperor. Ha! Gu Hai smiled faintly. However, no one noticed that Gu Hai had clenched his fists so tightly that his veins were popping out. Chapter 506. Qing Emperor. Gu Hai's eyes were still calm, but his heart was in turmoil, filled with hatred. Father, I want to go to Silver Moon City. Gu Qin shouted with reddened eyes. Gu Hai was silent for a while, then said, All right, all of you are dismissed. The Crown Prince, stay. Yes. Everyone nodded and left. After everyone left, Gu Qin could no longer control his emotions. Father, I want to go to Silver Moon City and kill that demon Qing Emperor. You're going? Do you have the ability to go now? Gu Hai asked. Yes, I have. The enmity of killing my mother is irreconcilable. I must kill him. Gu Qin said with reddened eyes. It's not your turn to kill him. Gu Hai said coldly. Father. Gu Qin said anxiously. All right, you guard the limitless celestial capital. I'm going to take a look. Gu Hai said. 3 days later. After Gu Hai handed over the administrative affairs of the Dahan, he led Mu Qinfeng, Mo Yike, and Bingheim onto the flying boat and headed north with a group of officials. Qin Zibai naturally followed Mo Yike to protect him. On the flying boat, Gu Hai didn't mention the Qing Emperor to Mo Yike and Bingheim. Instead, he held an invitation card in his hand and started reading it. Bingheim and Mo Yike stood at the side. Your Majesty, is this the invitation card for the Thousand Saints Conference from the Heavenly Courts? Mo Yike asked with a smile. Gu Hai nodded. The Thousand Saints Conference is very rare for an invitation card to be sent to a private individual. The Thousand Saints Conference is divided into 4 major competitions: zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Your Majesty's chess, zither, and calligraphy skills have all shown in the past few years. Naturally, Your Majesty will receive an invitation card. Mo Yike said with a smile. Thousand Sage Assembly. What's the use of the 4 major competitions? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. This is a grand meeting of all the cultivators under the heavens. The three great celestial dynasties and the three great holy lands will definitely have people participating. There will also be countless academies, Qin institutes, chess institutes, and art institutes. The Thousand Sage Conference is held once every 1,000 years. The last time, it was hosted by Old Man Guanqi from the Sky Chess Pavilion, Bingheim explained. Once every 1,000 years. Why? Gu Hai was puzzled. I've heard that it's held once every 1,000 years. Some when Dao Holy Hall opens once every 1,000 years, and only when Dao cultivators can enter. The purpose of the Thousand Sage Assembly is to select the people who can enter. Bingheim recalled. Wen Dao Sacred Hall? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. I have also heard of Wen Dao Holy Temple before. However, I have never seen it before. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai nodded and carefully put away the invitation. The flying ship quickly flew towards Silver Moon City. Bingheim and Mo Yike had already guessed what Gu Hai was concerned about from Guqin's attitude that day. However, the two did not say much. After more than a month, the flying ship slowly flew to the vicinity of Silver Moon City. Silver Moon City looked the same as before. However, the Silver Moon Sea outside the city was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see inside. Hall Master, when I left, it was already like this. I asked the Manor Lord of Silver Moon Mountain Villa, Yun Mo. He said that this fog was not caused by him, Mu Chen Feng said with a frown. Yes, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the fog-shrouded Silver Moon Sea. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, do you have a grudge against the Qing Emperor? Bingheim could not help asking worriedly. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. That day, I already saw some clues. However, I was not sure. If your Majesty comes to seek revenge against the Qing Emperor, it would be best. Bingheim said worriedly. What's the best? Gu Hai chuckled. That Qing Emperor is an ambitious person in the world. He is stronger than Shiyu the Great. Bingheim said worriedly. Stronger than Shiyu the Great? Gu Hai raised his eyelids. Yes. Back then, he went to Solar God Palace and fought with Tai Chu. Although he did not win in the end, he did not lose either. Moreover, he is not as pure as Shiyu the Great. Qing Emperor is extremely shrewd and scheming. However, now that my Dahan. Bingheim said worriedly. Is it something that Dahan cannot deal with now? Ha, Bingheim, how can you be sure that I have a grudge against him? Gu Hai laughed. Bingheim looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. She could not see any emotions on Gu Hai's face. In the end, she could only smile bitterly and say, maybe I am too sensitive. Gu Hai smiled faintly and nodded. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the Silver Moon Sea again. Your Majesty, the fog in the Silver Moon Sea should be a formation. Mo Yike frowned and said. Maybe. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai turned his head and no longer paid attention to the Silver Moon Sea. Instead, he looked at Silver Moon City. Although the hatred was engraved in his heart, Gu Hai did not let it get to his head. The Silver Moon Sea was the property of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. There were many formations of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa inside. He had to go to the Silver Moon Mountain Villa first to figure out the situation. Go to the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the official behind him answered. Rumble. The flying ship flew towards Silver Moon City. Soon, it arrived at the city gate. At this moment, the soldiers guarding the city gate had anxious expressions. They looked into the city from time to time. Suddenly, a flying ship flew over. Immediately, a soldier shouted, "Stop! Flying ships are prohibited in the city. Get off the flying ship and register to enter the city. Get off the flying ship and take the red-crowned crane carriage." Gu Hai did not want to waste a moment. Naturally, he was unwilling. He flipped his hand and took out the Elite Hall token, wanting to hand it over. However, before the token was handed over, the eyes of the captain of the guards at the side lit up. Then, he scolded the guard, "Are you blind? Don't you recognize Mr. Good? Mr. Good wants to enter the city and register with you." Huh? The city guard was bewildered. The captain of the guards welcomed him with great enthusiasm. "Mr. Good, you're finally back. That's great. It was all thanks to Mr. Good that I didn't lose my 5 senses. This is a newcomer. He doesn't know Mr. Good. Mr. Good, please don't blame him. It's okay." Gu Hai smiled. "Mr. Good, please come in." The captain of the guards immediately invited the flying ship into the city with great politeness. "Captain, no one in the city is allowed to fly on the flying ship. This is a rule set by the city lord," the guard said anxiously. The captain of the guards glared at him. "A rule set by the city lord? Do you believe that Mr. Good can make the entire city listen to Mr. Good? Huh?" The guard was stunned and speechless. Gu Hai smiled and didn't pay much attention to him. He steered the flying ship into the city. "Mr. Good, it's great that you're back. Something happened at Silver Moon Villa. It's been half a month. I heard that the villa master can't take it anymore," the captain of the guards said worriedly. "Silver Moon Villa? What happened?" Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. "Someone came to challenge Silver Moon Villa. It's a Guqin duel, just like Mr. Good last time," the captain of the guards said worriedly. "Challenge Silver Moon Villa? Why?" Gu Hai was puzzled. "I heard that it's to avenge the witch, Wan-er." "Wan-er?" Gu Hai said in surprise. "Oh, I remember now. They call themselves Guqin masters from Taishang sect," the captain of the guards recalled. "Taishang sect? Taishang sect? Wanshou Taoism?" Gu Hai's face darkened. Chapter 507. Han Dynasty, Limitless Celestial Capital. Guqin stood outside the soaring palace hall, looking towards the north. His eyes flashed with anxiety and helplessness. "Father, you didn't let me go to Silvermoon City. I know you're protecting me, but Dahan can't do without you. Father, you must return safely." Guqin sighed softly. "Crown Prince, Lord Chen has gathered a batch of materials. When will we start setting up the formation?" A subordinate walked behind Guqin. Guqin turned his head and nodded. "Let's go." "Yes," the subordinate said respectfully. Guqin left with his subordinates. However, he didn't notice that outside the limitless celestial capital, in the clouds, there was a man in red on a flying boat, looking at Guqin from afar. The man in red had a scar on his forehead. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Guqin. "Ha, Guqin! You're still alive." A group of subordinates stood behind him, carefully serving him. On the flying boat, there was a large flag with the word Tang written on it. "Lord Tang, this is all the information you asked us to find about the Han Dynasty. We've done our best, but we don't know what else we missed," a subordinate said worriedly. Lord Tang glanced at the information on the table beside him. "I've already seen it." "Missed? Ha, tell me about Gu Hai's life," Lord Tang said calmly. "Yes, according to the information we found, Gu Hai came from an unknown family. He suddenly appeared at the age of 30 and married Qin Xian, from the mortal country of Qin Xian. Unfortunately, Qin Xian, couldn't give birth, so he adopted 2 sons, Guqin and Guhan. After that, Qin Xian, died of illness. Gu Hai sought medical help everywhere and finally stepped into the cultivation world with the help of the hall master of the first-class hall, Long Wanqing. Next, The subordinate said respectfully. Lord Tang gently tapped his finger on the armrest of the flying boat. Listening to Gu Hai's life story, he sneered. 2 adopted sons. Ha, old man, ha, what great luck you have, you actually didn't die so many times. How much longer can you live? Lord Tang said in a low voice, revealing a cold smile. Lord Tang, we have been delayed here for some time. Should we continue to move forward? Otherwise, if we delay for too long, the emperor will blame us, and we. The subordinate said worriedly. Lord Tang turned his head, looked at the subordinate, and said indifferently, let's go north to the Deqian Celestial Empire. The Qing Emperor will have to wait for a long time. Yes. His subordinates answered. Who? The flying boat circled around the limitless celestial capital and shot toward the north at high speed. In the limitless celestial capital, almost no one noticed the flying boat. Only one person, Dongfang Bubi, glanced at it suspiciously before it left. Outside Silver Moon City, Silver Moon Sea. Silver Moon Sea was shrouded in fog. At this moment, outside the fog, near Silver Moon City, a group of men stood on the flying boat, listening to the sound from Silver Moon City. The leader, dressed in a white robe, revealed a slight smile. Great ferocious bird song. Ha, how much does the Grand Elder's bloodline hate the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? The Silver Moon Mountain Villa can still withstand the attack of such a ferocious bird. It is indeed worthy of being Mr. Silver Moon's inheritance. The white-robed man sneered. After the white-robed man finished speaking, another man in purple beside him laughed. Qi Sha, you are the Emperor's heaven-grade zither, you heard it clearly. What happened in Silver Moon City? Why did Taishang's bloodline use the great ferocious bird song? The white-robed man, Qi Sha, said coldly, mind your own business, don't ask about unimportant things. Ah. The purple-robed man's face stiffened, then looked at Qi Sha with a gloomy expression, but he didn't say anything. Everyone ignored 7 kills. As expected, as hundreds of vultures self-destructed, a soul-shaking explosion sounded. More zither masters started to play the zither. Shriek! Shriek! Another group of white-robed zither masters started to play. Suddenly, peacocks appeared in the ripples of the zither music and charged ferociously like vultures towards the boundary of the Silver Moon Villa. Rumble! The loud sounds shocked the residents in the surroundings and they fled in all directions. Under the influence of fear, the ordinary Xiuzha showed an inexplicable expression of fear. Outside the Silver Moon Villa, there were hundreds of zither masters playing the zither. Peacocks, vultures, eagles, and all kinds of ferocious birds rushed towards the boundary of the Silver Moon Villa in flocks. The fierce sounds shook the heavens and the earth. A large number of cracks appeared on the boundary. Inside the boundary, Yun Emo played the zither with an ugly expression. A group of Silver Moon Villa disciples behind him were also playing the zither with Yun Emo. They all looked anxious. They were sweating profusely. Some people's fingers were already bleeding, but they did not dare to stop for a moment. Some of the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa who had lower cultivations revealed frightened expressions and shivered. One of them looked like he was scared to death. Elder Feng Tong, are you going to exterminate my Silver Moon Villa? Yun Emo shouted angrily. Outside the boundary, the person directing the white-robed zither masters was a Jurassic man who was only as tall as a child but had an old face. The man's expression was ugly and ferocious. Exterminate? Ha 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 ha. Yun Emo, you were the one who almost killed Wan-er. You stole Wan-er's body and prepared to give it to the old manor master of the Silver Moon Villa for possession? Humph. You dare to harm my Wan-er. I want your life. Elder Feng Tong said with a ferocious expression. I already apologized to her. Yun Emo said anxiously. Apologize? Ha 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 ha. So what if you apologized? I will kill you all. Where is the old manor master? Where is that old thing? If he is dead, your Silver Moon Villa does not need to exist. Elder Feng Tong said coldly. Play 100 kinds of ferocious birds. Go and greet them all. Kill them all. Elder Feng Tong said coldly. Yes. The hundreds of zither masters continued playing. I can't take it anymore. Save me. Save me. Suddenly, one of the Silver Moon Villa disciples showed a horrified expression. He was so frightened that his courage crumbled as he quickly tried to flee. Whoosh! The boundary did not seem to stop this fleeing disciple, allowing him to pass through it in an instant. Wah! Wah! Screech! Screech! Hundreds of ferocious birds instantly surrounded that person. No! Hong! The hundreds of ferocious birds suddenly self-destructed, and the man who had just escaped fell to the ground. The self-destruction did not kill him. The guard captain from before exclaimed in horror. These ferocious birds are all fake. No, they are just a kind of mental ferocious bird. They exploded in his heart. The explosion earlier did not injure his physical body but his mental state. He lost all his courage and was scared to death. Bingheim said with an unsightly expression. That is to say, the Silver Moon Villa's boundary does not block physical objects but sound waves. Gu Hai asked seriously. Bingheim nodded strangely. Your Majesty, your Zither Dao is so powerful. You should know that this boundary is the Zither Dao barrier that Yunemo and the others played. Gu Hai did not explain why he did not know. However, that did not stop Gu Hai from understanding. So you're saying that this isn't actually a barrier, but a surface where two types of sound waves come into contact. It's like the meeting of water and oil, forming a barrier at the junction. Once one side stops playing, it will be completely drowned out by the other side. As long as Yunemo and the others stop playing, this boundary will disappear, and all the ferocious birds will explode in their hearts. That will be the end of them? Gu Hai asked. Yes. Bingheim looked at Gu Hai in confusion and nodded. Chapter 508. Outside Silver Moon Villa, the strong cultivators from Taishang's Dao were attacking Silver Moon Villa with the song of great vicious birds, trapping everyone in the villa. Under the sound attack, hundreds of ferocious birds were formed, attacking the sound waves that Yunemo was resisting. If one was careless, they would be scared out of their wits by the sound attack. They would lose their courage, or even be scared to death. Without the old villa master, Silver Moon Villa was relying on Yunemo. Although they managed to block it, they were like a lone boat in a stormy sea that could be drowned by the waves at any time. The surrounding civilians fled in all directions in fear. Although the Most High Path's zither music was mainly aimed at Silver Moon Mountain Villa, the lingering sound made the people's hearts jump. Their courage crumbled, and they quickly fled. Under the sound of the guqin, there seemed to be an instinctive fear. The leader of Taishang's Dao was a Jurassic man called Elder Feng Tong. He played the song with a ferocious expression, directing hundreds of musicians to play the song of great vicious birds. It was as if he wanted to take revenge for the grievances that Fairy Wan had suffered in the past. Silver Moon Villa. Although a scandal had happened a few years ago and caused Silver Moon Villa's reputation to fall, Silver Moon Villa was still the pride of Silver Moon City. At that moment, Silver Moon Villa's destruction was imminent. All the citizens of Silver Moon City looked at the group of outsiders with a common enemy. However, no one could get close, because the guqin sound directly affected one's mind. Once they got close, they would be hurt. City Master, let us go over. Villa Master Yun can't hold on anymore. A group of soldiers shouted at a scholar-looking city master from the periphery. It was the new city master of Silver Moon City. He was looking at the guqin battle in the distance with a gloomy expression. Before the new city master could speak, Elder Feng Tong seemed to have heard the call and turned his head. A musician's hearing was very strong. Elder Feng Tong smiled coldly and said, City Master Sima, we are guests invited by the Qian. Now, we are settling our personal grudges. You better not interfere. Guests invited by the Qian. The new mayor's face twitched. He was indeed invited by the Qian to participate in the Thousand Sage Conference. It was indeed difficult for him to handle this. City Lord, let's do it. Let us teach these rascals a lesson. City Lord, when has Silver Moon City ever been afraid of outsiders? The surrounding soldiers immediately cried out anxiously. The reason why Silver Moon City was famous and why the citizens of the city were proud of the citizens of Silver Moon City was because of Silver Moon Mountain Villa, the holy land of Guqin Dao. Now, someone wanted to destroy his pride. Even if his pride had made a mistake, it was still irreplaceable in the hearts of the people. Someone was shitting on his head, so what was there to worry about? The new city lord was a dawdler. City Master, let's do it. Silver Moon Villa cannot be destroyed. Governor, that is the holy land of Silver Moon City. Silver Moon Villa cannot be lost. All of a sudden, the people all around began to shout. 1 shouted, 10 shouted, 100, 10,000, 100,000, a million. At this moment, the entire city seemed to be calling out to him. At this moment, the new mayor suddenly realized the importance of Silver Moon Villa in the hearts of the people. He was still too naive. At this moment, he was still thinking about power and the pros and cons. Today, even if he weighed the pros and cons, in the end, the entire city would hate him. Even Quan Heng would be a joke. Let's do it. Generals, chase these outsiders out of Silver Moon City and return peace to Silver Moon City. The new mayor shouted. Yes. Countless soldiers immediately shouted excitedly. Release the arrows. A soldier shouted from afar. Boom. Tens of thousands of arrows shot towards Taishang and his group. The arrow rain was fierce, as if it was going to turn the group of Guqin masters into sieves. Elder Feng Tong turned his head and sneered, Ha, before we left, Zhuzi told us not to harm the civilians. Hence, we did not play the Guqin to the entire city. But this time, you started it first. You asked for it. Then don't blame us. Great beasts kill the music. Everyone, listen up. Release the restraints and play the Guqin to the entire city. Elder Feng Tong coldly shouted. The group of Grand Supreme Dao Zither players immediately shouted, yes. No. Yun Mo of Silver Moon Villa immediately shouted. Boom. Guqin sounds rolled out with Taishan Guqin masters as the center. The Guqin sounds soared into the sky and formed a storm of sound waves. In an instant, the sound waves covered the sky and rushed in all directions. Rolling dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky and covered the entire city. Screech. Wah. Screech. Wah. Suddenly, the beasts that had been circling Silver Moon Villa suddenly increased in number by 10 times, no, 100 times. They soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of arrows shot towards the group of Taishan Guqin masters. The beasts immediately went up to meet them. Screech. A vulture beast let out a sharp cry. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, a high-frequency vibration formed on the arrow feather, and it exploded with a buzzing sound. Boom. The feathers of the arrows instantly exploded into fine powder. Boom, 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 boom. Feathers of the arrows flew out one after another. In an instant, all the arrows that were flying towards them exploded into fine powder under the high-frequency sound waves. What? In the distance, the mayor's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of all the civilians and soldiers in the city changed as well. Previously, the civilians were already scared witless by the shockwaves. Now, the sound waves had completely exploded and covered the entire Silver Moon City. In the sky, dark clouds covered the entire city. Within the dark clouds, there seemed to be black guqin-shaped clouds condensing. Heavenly guqin. The mayor's expression changed. He saw that the Taishan guqin masters below were playing their guqin. The dark clouds in the sky were also playing their guqin. Screech, screech, screech. All of a sudden, an innumerable number of ferocious birds began to dance in the skies above Silvermoon City. In an instant, the beasts rushed towards the civilians in all directions of the city. Wah, wah, wah. The babies and children were the first to cry and tremble in fear. No, no, help, ah. The massive zither music caused countless residents to reveal terrified expressions, and they continuously yelled, no, don't. Hypersonic barrier, quick, activate the hypersonic barrier. Yun-mo of the Silver Moon Villa screamed. The civilians were so frightened because of him. Yun-mo was very anxious, but the Taishan guqin masters were too powerful. Hypersonic barrier. Countless places in the city activated the hypersonic barrier array. However, there were too many civilians, and it was impossible for everyone to set up the array. Less than 1 in 10,000 civilians were protected by the hypersonic barrier. The rest of the civilians could only scream in fear. Even if there was a hypersonic barrier, it was useless. The Silver Moon Villa had a hypersonic barrier, so why were they still in such a sorry state? Suddenly, 3 ferocious birds swooped down and crashed into the sound barrier. Boom! The beasts exploded, and the huge high-frequency vibration instantly shattered the hypersonic barrier. No! The people inside were terrified. In an instant, countless civilians in the city were terrified. They hugged their heads and curled up in fear. Escape! At this moment, Silver Moon City, which was surrounded by countless beasts, did not even have the courage to escape. Countless people cried in fear. Some guqin masters played the guqin, but most of the songs were useless. Some even played guhai's pathétique. However, the guqin Dao was complicated. Pathétique was a fighter's unyielding fate. Now, it was not the oppression of fate, but fear. Pathétique was to resist external oppression, but this fear came from the heart, so it was useless. Those who were touched by the ferocious birds were instantly scared to death. Dad, Dad, no, Dad, don't die, ah. You killed my mother, ah, help, ah. Terrified cries filled the entire city. Only a few people who were close to the city gate managed to escape. The others were curled up on the ground in fear. The new mayor was even more anxious. How dare you? B****, stop. The new mayor held a brush in his hand and drew in the air. Rays of golden light shot out. However, the great beast's killing song was too ferocious. There were countless beasts, and even the new mayor could only hide in the hypersonic barrier. He was terrified. Scared, scared, scared. The civilians were in despair. It was like the end of the world. It was a great fear, and everyone was trembling. Elder Feng Tong sneered. You asked for it. Humph. You overestimated yourselves. Yun Mo's eyes instantly became moist. In the past, when he had made a mistake, Yun Mo had felt that everyone in the city looked at him with disdain. He had felt inferior and had even thought of leaving this sad place. Only now did Yun Mo realize that the people of the city were still very concerned about him. When he was in trouble, everyone was shouting to protect him. In an instant, his eyes were red, and a warm feeling flowed in his heart. Yun Mo instantly understood what the old manor master had said. Yun Mo, Silver Moon City is our root. It's our home. It's a place worth defending with our lives. Yun Mo understood. In an instant, he felt a strong sense of belonging to Silver Moon City. These civilians were worth defending, but he had dragged them into the abyss. Elder Feng Tong, you will die a horrible death. Yun Mo roared in grief and anger. Humph, a horrible death. But I never died. You, on the other hand, won't die. These civilians will suffer with you. Why don't you end your own life? Elder Feng Tong sneered. Manor Master, don't. The disciples of Silver Moon Villa screamed. Yun Mo looked at the civilians with red eyes. They lost their courage in fear, and they were about to go crazy. They were in such a desperate situation, but they couldn't do anything. Yun Mo smiled bitterly, but his eyes slowly became firm, as if he was about to make a decision. Mr. Good, hurry up and do something. Mr. Good, save the civilians. Mr. Good, Mr. Good. Suddenly, an anxious shout came from the sky. Mr. Good? The civilians nearby curled up on the ground, trembling as they looked in the direction of the voice. Suddenly, they saw a flying boat. On the flying boat stood a man in a black brocade robe. Gu Hai. It's Mr. Good, Mr. Good. Mr. Good is back. Mr. Good, help. Countless commoners were overjoyed at once. Chapter 509. In Silver Moon City. The moment the great vicious birds killing song was played in the entire city, Gu Hai quickly used the sound barrier on the flying boat to isolate the outside from the outside. Rolling vicious birds suddenly appeared in all directions of the city. The ferocious scene immediately made the faces of the people on the flying boat change. This was not a physical attack. If it were ordinary birds, Bingheim could deal with them. This was a mental attack. It could not be touched at all. Only the spirit could be touched. As long as it was touched, the heart would immediately be struck by lightning. In all directions, people had already fallen. Countless people curled up on the ground while wailing. Some were scared to death, some were scared crazy. No one could escape. Whether it was humans or animals, they were all terrified. Escape? Just now, a flying boat rushed into the sky. In an instant, it was blasted away by the high-frequency sound waves of the vicious birds. The flying boat fell. Your Majesty, do you have a countermeasure to this song? Bingheim suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Countermeasure? A few songs from Earth flashed through Gu Hai's mind. But were those songs useful? His Guqin master was a fake. Every time he played a song, he guessed it. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Before he could speak. Suddenly, 10 vicious birds discovered Gu Hai's flying boat. They rushed over with a loud bang. Boom! With a loud bang, the high-frequency sound waves instantly broke the sound barrier. The flying boat suddenly shook, as if it was about to fall. As soon as the barrier was broken, the rolling Guqin music rushed into everyone's ears. Kaboom! Gu Hai suddenly heard a loud sound, as if thunder had exploded in his ears. In an instant, Gu Hai had goosebumps all over his body. At that moment, when the Guqin music entered his ears, it was as if his divine soul was shaking. Boom! In between his eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly suppressed, and immediately calmed his shaking divine soul. What a powerful Guqin music! Bingheim's face changed. Mo Yike's face changed drastically, and his heart jumped. The others were even worse off. Mr. Good, hurry up and do something, Mr. Good, please save the people, Mr. Good, Mr. Good, the captain of the gate guards yelled anxiously. Mr. Good? The people nearby curled up on the ground, trembling as they looked towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, he saw a flying boat. At this moment, a man in a black brocade robe was standing on the flying boat. Gu Hai. It's Mr. Good, Mr. Good. Mr. Good is back. Mr. Good, help. Countless commoners were overjoyed at once. The people were overjoyed, but Gu Hai was helpless. Could his song be used? Your Majesty, what a powerful piece of music. Mo Yike's expression changed drastically. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. Your Majesty, help! The other subordinates shouted in horror. Everyone's courage crumbled as they looked at Gu Hai in horror, their hearts pounding. It was too late for the flying boat to escape. Countless birds in all directions seemed to have discovered Gu Hai. They flew over one after another. Are we destined to be scared to death? Your Majesty, aren't you very good at Guqin? Asked the Emperor for help. In an instant, Gu Hai became the focus of everyone's attention. Mr. Good, hurry up and save the people in the city, Mr. Good. Yun Mo shouted excitedly. At this moment of despair, Mr. Good arrived. They were saved. Gu Hai. Feng Tong's face suddenly turned cold when he heard Gu Hai's name. Which Gu Hai are you? Are you the Gu Hai who slandered junior sister Wan Er? Feng Tong's expression suddenly became ferocious. In the past, Gu Hai said that Wan Er was his wife in the capital. Feng Tong had wanted to kill Gu Hai for a long time, but he never had the chance. Now, he came by himself. Mr. Good, I'm a disciple of the Sima family. Young Master Sima Changkong said that if there is a crisis, as long as Mr. Good is here, everything will be up to Mr. Good. The new mayor in the distance was ecstatic. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Everyone was looking at him, but could he do it? Try it. Is there a piano? Gu Hai frowned and shouted. Your Majesty, there's a piano. There's a piano over there. Mo Yike pointed to the piano pavilion in the distance. It was the high platform where Gu Hai used to play the piano. Although Gu Hai was gone, the piano was still there. Screech. Suddenly, a ferocious bird swooped down and crashed into the piano, sending out a high-frequency sound wave. Boom! The piano instantly exploded into smithereens. I have a Guqin. Use mine. A Guqin player shouted from below. Screech. Suddenly, a large number of ferocious birds rushed over. On the flying boat, everyone anxiously looked through their belongings, but there was nothing. No, how could there be nothing? Everyone was anxious. The previous guard captain flipped his hand and took out a swona from his waist. Mr. Good, we don't have a Guqin. Will this swona do? The guard captain asked bitterly. Swona? Gu Hai was slightly surprised, but there was no time to think. He immediately took it. Swona. Gu Hai's mind had just reacted to many songs, and there was one that used swona. After cultivating, Gu Hai's body coordination was very good. Although musical instruments were complicated, with Gu Hai's current agility, it was very easy for him to learn. Moreover, swona was not complicated. Play it himself. It was useless. Gu Hai did not have the artistic conception of Guqin. All Guqin players, use your artistic conception of Guqin and learn from me. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Bingheim quickly activated the sound amplification array. Learn from you. Countless Guqin players were slightly surprised, but they were too frightened to think about it. Go with me and kill him. Ferocious birds, ferocious birds. Boss Feng Tong shouted. As he spoke, Elder Feng Tong played the Guqin fiercely. Ferocious birds rushed over from all directions. At the front was a flock of vultures, roaring as they charged. That might had yet to arrive, but the people on the flying boat were already terrified. Gu Hai grabbed the swona and put it close to his mouth. Mea Mila, Mila, Mila. The sound of the swona had a strange roar. When the first sound came out, it was like an earth-shattering explosion. It was like the sound of heaven and earth splitting. It was a pity that Gu Hai's swona did not have the artistic conception of the Guqin Dao in it. It was just an ordinary song. When one listened to it, one would be shocked, but there was no other effect. Elder Feng Tong revealed a cold smile. You don't have any zither Dao intent, and you still have the face to compete with me? Go to hell, Gu Hai. Screech. 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 The rolling vultures charged at him with a murderous look on their faces, as if they were going to disintegrate Gu Hai and his flying boat in the high-frequency sound waves. Gu Hai's Suona could only make people feel shocked. That was only because it didn't have the artistic conception of the Guqin Dao. But what if it did? As Gu Hai's voice spread, Yunemo was the first to imitate it. Mea Mila, Mila, Mila. The song infused with the artistic conception of the Guqin Dao suddenly made the flock of vultures charging at Gu Hai pause for a moment. It was just a slight pause, but the flock of vultures seemed to tremble and stopped in confusion. What? Elder Feng Tong's expression changed. Why did his vultures stop? He succeeded. The countless people in the city immediately showed ecstatic expressions. This was because, in addition to Yunemo, there were many other zither masters who imitated Gu Hai's Suona. When they started playing, they instantly succeeded. The vultures charging at them suddenly stopped, showing confused expressions. He succeeded. The new city lord said excitedly. Above the silver moon sea, 7 kills also frowned. This doesn't make sense. This person doesn't have any zither Dao intent. Why is this song so strange? In the city, not far from Silver Moon Mountain Villa, there was a pink-clothed man sitting in a restaurant. Others would be so frightened that they would cover their heads and flee, but this pink-clothed man sat calmly by the window of the restaurant. He drank fine wine and watched the great battle outside. It seemed that the impact of the sound wave had no effect on this man at all. The man's figure was ordinary, but the only difference was that he had one more finger on his left hand than ordinary people. He had 6 fingers. Oh. A Suona song. The first song has the aura of a king. No, it should be the aura of a king of birds. Is this a phoenix? The man in pink with 6 fingers narrowed his eyes. A phoenix. Yes, the song Gu Hai played was All Birds Worship the Phoenix. The name of this song was not very famous, but almost everyone in Huaxia in Gu Hai's previous life on Earth had heard of it. This was a song that had been ingrained in everyone's bones. It had been passed down for hundreds or thousands of years on Earth, and it had never faded away. Whenever someone got married, carried a bridal sedan chair, or any other kind of joyous occasion, this song would be played. It had been changed over and over again, and it had never faded away for thousands of years. Although it was a folk song, it had not faded away for thousands of years. There had to be something special about it. When Gu Hai played the song, he was still worried. However, when Yunemo played the song, Gu Hai relaxed. Indeed, this song was fine. Bastard, why did you stop? Continue playing and destroy Gu Hai for me. Elder Feng Tong said angrily, glaring. The Taisheng Dao zither players played quickly. Screech. Screech. Ferocious cries rang out in all directions. Many ferocious birds pounced on Gu Hai. That scene looked like thousands of birds galloping, ferocious. In the past, such a scene would have scared many people to death. However, at this moment, countless zither players were playing Awe of the Phoenix at Gu Hai. Immediately, countless zither Dao states gathered and condensed into a tit not far from Gu Hai. It was an extremely ordinary tit. The mountain sparrow cheered and immediately suppressed the arrogance of the group of ferocious birds. This was the first section of Awe of the Phoenix, the tit chirped. As soon as the chirps of the little sparrows rang out, the little sparrows flew in all directions aimlessly. They were very naive and extremely happy. This scene caused the previously extremely oppressive atmosphere to instantly become much more cheerful. The tit seemed to have disrupted the rhythm of the ferocious birds. What? Play it quickly. Why did you stop? Go and kill it. Elder Feng Tong said anxiously. However, it was useless for Elder Feng Tong to be anxious. The Taishang Dao zither players were suddenly sweating profusely. This was because when the zither Dao state of awe of the phoenix was released, it seemed to be interfering with the great birds kill song. It was an extremely strange interference. From the way the birds stopped when they saw the tit, it was obvious that the sound waves of awe of the phoenix were stealing the sound zone. The tit appeared cheerfully. No, it wasn't just cheerful. It flew around like a clown. Sometimes, it would fly to the peacock's tail to nibble on its feathers. Sometimes, it would fly to the vulture's bald head and stand there. It wasn't afraid of these ferocious birds at all. Explode! Quick, the peacock player over there, explode that tit! Elder Feng Tong shouted in shock and anger. It's out of control. The peacock over there is out of my control, a few Taishang Dao zither players said anxiously. What? Elder Feng Tong's expression changed. Outside Silver Moon City, 7 Kill's expression suddenly darkened. Zither interference? Controlling the opponent's zither. Who is this person? When did Silver Moon City have such a person? In the blink of an eye, they entered the second section of All Birds Worship the Phoenix, Spring Returns to the Earth. As the zither players continued to play, the mountain sparrow in the air suddenly spread its wings. It seemed to form a green sound wave that spread out. Quick, block it. Block his sound waves. Elder Feng Tong's eyes widened as he shouted. However, the green sound wave couldn't be blocked at all. It instantly spread throughout the entire city and soared into the dark clouds in the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the birds were infected by the green sound wave. Chirp 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 chirp. The silly tit flew everywhere. Wherever it flew, the birds there would forget everything and play with the tit. The birds no longer attacked the people around them, as though they had forgotten everything. They had been led astray by the silly tit. Chirp 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 chirp. Chirp 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 chirp. The birds around them chirped happily. Something's wrong with the atmosphere? 7 Kills, who was outside the city, said with a stiff expression. As All Birds Worship the Phoenix entered the third section, it was a scene of birds singing and swallows dancing. The atmosphere of the entire Silver Moon City changed. Previously, it had been fierce and frightened, but in the blink of an eye, it had become joyous and joyous. Were those the ferocious birds from before? Had all of them turned into idiots? Elder Feng Tong was dumbfounded. My song is clearly a sad and frightening song. Why did it become joyful? Who can tell me why it's so joyous? Scare them to death. Scare them to death. Elder Feng Tong played the song with all his might. However, the atmosphere at that moment was strangely joyous. Mr. Good, it's done. Your song is done. Yunemo played along with Gu Hai excitedly. In the blink of an eye, All Birds Worship the Phoenix entered the fourth section, playing in the forest. While playing in the forest, the tits suddenly returned to normal. They were no longer silly. Instead, they started shuttling among the birds. They shuttled to where the peacocks were. The peacocks pulled out the peacock feathers on their tails and gave them to the tits. The tits stuck the feathers on their bodies. Then, the tits flew to other birds. Every time they flew to a certain area, the birds would take out their best feathers and give them to the tits. The tits would then put them on their bodies. Hundreds of birds offered their best feathers. In the blink of an eye, the tits were no longer tits. They had gathered all the beautiful feathers of the birds. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into a huge phoenix. All Birds Worship the Phoenix entered the fifth section, All Birds Worship the Phoenix. Boom! The phoenix stood beside Gu Hai. It had gathered the most beautiful feathers of hundreds of birds. At that moment, a terrifying aura spread out and rushed towards the birds. Although the hundreds of birds were no longer dancing happily, they suddenly felt a huge pressure. It was as if the aura of the king of birds was pressing down on their hearts. The birds immediately started chirping as if they were worshipping the phoenix. All the birds bowed down to the phoenix. What? My ferocious birds, what are you doing? Elder Feng Tong cried out in alarm. Above Silver Moon Sea, is this Gu Hai's song that specifically targets the great birds killing song? Parasitizing the opponent's song and controlling it? 7 Kills stared. Whoosh! 7 Kills figure flashed and rushed towards Silver Moon City. In the city, Elder Feng Tong's expression changed drastically. How could this be? All birds worship the phoenix. The all birds worship the phoenix was not finished yet. In the blink of an eye, the 6th section, Phoenix spreads its wings. Chirp! The phoenix spread its wings and released a dazzling radiance that illuminated the surroundings of Silver Moon City. Immediately, all the citizens of Silver Moon City felt a warm feeling in their hearts. The courage that had collapsed in their hearts suddenly recovered. Bang! The phoenix flapped its wings and entered the final section, all birds worship the phoenix. Rumble! As the phoenix soared into the sky, all the birds bowed down to it. Suddenly, the phoenix's gaze fell on Elder Feng Tong. Countless birds immediately obeyed the phoenix's command and turned their heads. All the birds looked at the Taishang Path's zither masters with ferocious expressions. What? You're manipulating my zither music to deal with me? No, impossible! Elder Feng Tong shouted in shock. The zither masters of the Taishang Path were also shocked. Chirp! The phoenix let out a long chirp as if it was giving an order. In an instant, millions of birds swooped down toward Elder Feng Tong. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 birds galloped. A great shock that surpassed anything before faced the Taishang Daoist zither masters. Ah! Under the great terror, several Taishang Path's zither masters were scared out of their wits. Stop playing! Stop playing! Stop playing! Elder Feng Tong shouted in shock. Stop playing! No, all the zither masters of the Taishang Path had already stopped playing. But why didn't the birds in the sky disappear? Why were they still there? No, no, no. While Elder Feng Tong was shouting, the birds under the phoenix's lead charged forward. Boom! Chapter 510. No, no, no. Elder Feng Tong screamed. Under the lead of the phoenix, all the birds rushed forward. Hong! All the birds exploded where the Taishang zither players were. The Tong Tian hit the sky with a deafening sound. The rolling dark clouds in the sky exploded. Even though it was a spiritual attack, the vibrations were still high. The Taishang zither players played their zither to defend themselves in fear. However, the force was too strong. After the deafening sound, a huge crater appeared on the ground. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. Ah! Screams came from the deep crater. Screech! The phoenix let out a long screech and flew out of the smoke and dust. It spread its wings and disappeared. This was because Gu Hai had stopped playing the flute. The people stopped playing their zither as well. While the birds were paying homage to the phoenix, the joy brought by the rolling phoenix had completely calmed everyone's frightened hearts. Thank you, Mr. Good. Thank you, Mr. Good. The countless ordinary citizens in the surroundings looked gratefully at Gu Hai, who was on the flying ship. Except for some people who were scared to death, all the people had recovered. If Mr. Good hadn't come again, they wouldn't have been able to survive today. Gu Hai handed the Suona to the chief guard. Suona, return it to its owner. Thank you, Mr. Good, the chief guard said excitedly. Thank me. The people in the city should thank you. If it weren't for your Suona, the people in the city would have suffered. Gu Hai said with a smile. I'm a rough man. I can't play the zither. I only know how to play the Suona. I used to think that the Suona wasn't good enough, but I don't think so anymore. The chief guard said with a smile. Ha ha ha. Gu Hai laughed. The flying boat carried everyone to Silver Moon Villa. Yun Mo had already stood up and led the people of Silver Moon Villa to welcome Gu Hai. Thank you, Mr. Good. Solemnly, Yun Mo bowed. Villa Master Yun, you're too polite. I'll have to trouble you this time. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, please give me your orders. Yun Mo said immediately. At this moment, at the huge crater, the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing a group of Taishang Daoist zither players. More than half of Taishang's Guqin masters had already been scared to death. Those who were still alive were covered in blood, their faces full of fear, a portion of them already scared out of their wits. Feng Tong was also covered in blood and trembling. Serves you right. Retribution. Kill them. Countless commoners immediately began to criticize him angrily. This group of people used the great ferocious bird's song of slaughter to scare the common people to death. Now that most of them had died under his own song of slaughter, wasn't this retribution? Men, capture this group of thieves for me. The new city lord shouted from afar. Yes. A large number of soldiers rushed forward. In the huge crater, Feng Tong saw that his band was almost crippled in the blink of an eye. Despair appeared on his face. Why did this happen? Capture him, quickly capture him. Don't let them get their hands on the zither again. A large number of soldiers immediately jumped into the crater. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, the eerie sound of the zither rang out again. In the huge crater, the sound waves formed into ferocious birds that soared into the sky from the crater. Ah, watch out! Someone's playing the zither. Watch out for the birds. The soldiers kept retreating, but more and more ferocious birds flew out from the crater. In an instant, dark clouds appeared and covered the entire Silvermoon City. What? There are still Guqin masters in Taishang Daoist? This is even more powerful than the artistic conception just now. Quick, play Mr. Good's song. Suddenly, the city was in chaos. Screech! Screech! Suddenly, a large number of ferocious birds appeared again. The sky was gloomy, and black fog instantly covered Silvermoon City. Wave after wave of terrifying auras descended, causing all of the commoners to shudder. After the black fog covered the city, the birds suddenly grew in size again. The eyes of the vultures and peacocks suddenly turned red, as if they were possessed. Screech! The ferocious birds rushed towards Silvermoon Villa again. Quick, play, birds pay homage to the phoenix. Gu Hai shouted. Bingheim used the array on the flying boat to quickly spread the sound throughout the city. In an instant, the Guqin masters in Silvermoon City began to play, Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix again. In an instant, countless birds appeared from all directions. It was still, Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix, but this time, the birds were even more ferocious and were no longer affected by the birds. Screech! A peacock flew to where the birds were, opened its mouth, and swallowed them. Whoosh! A bird was instantly swallowed into the peacock's stomach. It was the same everywhere. The vultures and eagles were crazily swallowing the birds as if they were interrupting the Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. A Guqin master from the Taishang Dao. How can this Dao of Guqin be so strong? Yun Mo's expression changed. Yun Mo also began to play quickly. The sound of the Guqin soared into the sky, and a bird appeared, hiding in all directions. Gradually, it plucked the feathers of hundreds of birds and stuck them to its body. Screech! Once again, a 7-colored phoenix soared into the sky. Once the huge phoenix appeared, it formed a terrifying aura. It's done. Countless citizens in the city heaved a sigh of relief. The phoenix was the king of birds, and it could command thousands of birds. Ding 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 ding. The sound of the Guqin in the city became more intense. The birds were only disturbed by the phoenix for a moment, and suddenly, they all flew toward the huge phoenix with red eyes. Screech, screech, screech. The birds roared, not afraid of the phoenix. Rebellion? Yunmo's expression changed. Wah, screech, rumble. The phoenix, surrounded by thousands of birds, let out a scream and was torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. What? All the citizens in the city exclaimed at the same time. The phoenix was torn to pieces by thousands of birds? Shouldn't it be thousands of birds paying homage to the phoenix? In the huge pit, Elder Feng Tong was also confused. Who? Is it Master? Did Master do it? While Elder Feng Tong was surprised, Yun Mo was also frightened. Mr. Good is a master, a Guqin master. He used his Tao of Guqin to forcefully turn the situation around. His Tao of Guqin is too strong. Yun Mo said in surprise. Tao of Guqin. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Mr. Gu's all birds pay homage to the phoenix can counter the great vicious birds killing song, but the other party's Guqin Tao is too strong. It's like how water can put out a fire, but when the fire is too strong, the fire can also evaporate all the water. His music is not as good as yours, but his Tao of Guqin suppressed us. It's the other way around. Great vicious bird killing song. Yun Mo said anxiously. Great vicious bird killing song. Who is it? Gu Hai's expression darkened. It must be someone from the Taishang Dao. It must be someone from the Taishang Dao. Quick, continue playing. Don't stop. All the Guqin masters in the city, listen up. Everyone, play the great vicious bird killing song with me. Quick, quick, quick. Yun Mo transmitted his voice through the sound amplification array. Previously, those who could immediately learn as Gu Hai played were all very good Guqin masters. However, many of the Guqin masters could not learn it after listening to it once. As more and more people played, more and more Guqin masters joined the ranks of the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. However, the Guqin masters were too strong. Phoenixes were born again and again, but they were all torn to pieces by the birds in the blink of an eye. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It seemed that they could not resist anymore. Mr. Good, why don't you play it? You play it. Yun Mo said anxiously. Me play it? Gu Hai looked bitter. He did not have the Tao of Guqin at all, and Gaochen was traveling. How could he play it? It would be useless even if he played it. Mr. Good, we can't hold on any longer. Ah, the birds are hurting the people over there. Yun Mo said anxiously. In a secluded corner of Silver Moon City. At this moment, a man in white was standing there. It was the heaven-level Guqin master from Silver Moon Sea not long ago, Qi Sha. Qi Sha rushed over. He reached out his hand and plucked at the void. It was as if the strings of a Guqin appeared out of thin air. Strong Guqin music instantly spread throughout the city. No one could even tell that it was Qi Sha who was playing the music. Elder Feng Tong. Ha, you are really trash. I originally hoped that you could destroy the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Unfortunately, you were actually defeated by Gu Hai. Gu Hai is so powerful. In the blink of an eye, he actually found a song to deal with it. He is indeed a Guqin master. It's a pity that the Guqin Tao doesn't need geniuses anymore. The Thousand Saints Assembly is just around the corner, and the ones who will win the Guqin Tao can only be us. Rather than dealing with you on that day, why don't we keep you here today and shift the blame to the Most High Path? Ha! Silver Moon Villa. As long as we destroy Silver Moon Villa, I can go to the back mountain of Silver Moon Villa. Humph. Qi Sha plucked the void and sneered. At Silver Moon Villa. Mr. Good, can you play the Guqin? Yun Mo asked anxiously. It is useless. My Guqin level is not high enough. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. His Guqin level was not high enough. Yun Mo was confused. However, it was fine as long as he could play. Mr. Good could create a song in an instant. With such a powerful Guqin master, why would he care about the Guqin? Screech, screech, screech. Suddenly, huge ferocious birds tore apart all the phoenixes and charged towards the Silver Moon Mountain Villa with a loud rumble. With just a glance at the scene of 10,000 birds galloping, the Silver Moon Villa's disciples all revealed terrified expressions. A great fear rushed into their hearts. No! Countless disciples of Silver Moon Villa screamed. All the people in the city were in despair. Thousands of birds were running, and Mr. Good was still not willing to help. Was Silver Moon Villa finished? Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, a series of Guqin sounds rang in Silver Moon Villa. In an instant, it resounded throughout the entire Silver Moon City. 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. It was still the same song, but it had an extremely strong aura. As soon as it started, a section of the phoenix spread its wings. Screech! A super phoenix's cry rang out. Suddenly, golden light shone in front of Gu Hai's group, instantly illuminating the entire Silver Moon City. Amidst the golden light, a super huge phoenix that was 100 times larger than the one before appeared. The huge phoenix flapped its wings. Hong! With unprecedented power, the birds that swooped down were all flapped into the sky by the phoenix's wings. In front of the super phoenix, they were unable to withstand a single blow. In the city, at a corner, Qi Sha's expression changed. Who is it? In Silver Moon City, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. You overestimate yourself. You want to sneak into the back mountain of Silver Moon Villa. You are courting death. The voice instantly spread throughout Silver Moon City. Qi Sha stood in the corner and squinted his eyes. You found me by following the Guqin sound. You even heard my voice. Who are you? Chapter 5:11. In Silver Moon City, a sneer was suddenly heard. You overestimate yourself. You want to sneak into the mountain behind Silver Moon Villa. You're courting death. The voice instantly spread throughout Silver Moon City. 7 Kills stood in the corner and narrowed his eyes. You found me by following the sound of the Guqin. And you heard my voice. Who are you? In 7 Kills' heart, Silver Moon Villa was already at the end of its road. If the Emperor had not warned him not to provoke Silver Moon Villa, he would have barged in long ago. This time, he had to hide in the dark because of Taishang. Silver Moon Villa had been suppressed by Elder Feng Tong. Now, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. What Guqin Holy Land? That was already in the past. 7 Kills was confident that he could destroy Silver Moon Villa and even the entire Silver Moon City. But now, there was a Guqin expert. I don't care who you are. Humph, so what if you found me? Do you really think you can deal with me? 7 Kills' face darkened. In an instant, 7 Kills completely released his aura and played with all his might. Ding, 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 ding. Screech. Screech. Under the intense Guqin music, birds flew out one by one and charged at the giant phoenix outside Silver Moon Villa again. In terms of Guqin, 7 Kills was never afraid of anyone. He played faster and faster, more and more intensely. The one who was fighting with 7 Kills was a man in a pink shirt in a restaurant outside Silver Moon Villa. The man had 6 fingers on his left hand, and strings of Guqin appeared behind him. It was him who played All Birds Worship the Phoenix. The Guqin was getting more and more intense. Ha, you're still not leaving? You're courting death. The man with 6 fingers sneered. As he played, Guqin music surged out, and the phoenix outside cried even more fiercely. The two experts were fighting. The Guqin masters in the city had stopped everything. They looked at the phoenix spreading its wings and suppressing the birds in the sky. Gu Hai revealed a look of surprise. Yun Mo also frowned slightly. Who's attacking? Bingheim was surprised. What a powerful Guqin. The sky above Silver Moon City has been completely covered by their Guqin concept. Mo Yike raised his eyebrows. Who is it? Are they protecting the Silver Moon Villa? The people in the city were at a loss. Yun Mo frowned as if he was thinking. Villa Master Yun, do you know who he is? Gu Hai asked in confusion. I can't tell who attacked us, but the one who helped us. Yun Mo frowned. You can tell who it is? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. When the Manor Lord was alive, he used a Guqin to simulate a voice that sounded like him. It should be, he should be. Yun Mo's eyes flashed with surprise. The pink-clothed man found 7 kills, and 7 kills followed the sound of the zither to find the pink-clothed man. Although he could not see him, the sound of the zither allowed him to get a general idea of who he was. 7 kills slowly closed his eyes as he played the Guqin. All of a sudden, 7 kills opened his eyes, and his eyes widened. 6 fingers. Zither demon, 6 fingers. 7 kills expression changed. Heaven grade zither, 6 fingers. Yun Mo explained to Gu Hai. Heaven grade zither. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows as he recalled. In the past, when he first came to Silver Moon City, he had heard that the Silver Moon Villa used to have 4 heaven grade zither. They were all forged by Mr. Silver Moon. They were the Ding Ding, the Army Destroyer, the North Star, and the 6 fingers. The Ding Ding was given to Daqiansheng, and Pajuan was given to Luyang of Gojoseon, but Gu Hai broke it in the end. Gaochen was now in Gu Hai's hands, and 6 fingers was given to someone else. Anyway, he gave it away a long time ago. 6 fingers. 7 kills expression changed, and then his face turned ferocious. 6 fingers. Humph, you're just a defective heaven-grade zither with 6 fingers on your left hand. You want to stop me with an incomplete heaven-grade zither? As he spoke, 7 kills fingers moved again. Screech, screech, screech. Thousands of birds rushed over again as if they were going to tear the phoenix into pieces. In 7 kills' eyes, so what if the phoenix had 6 fingers? Heaven-grade zither were made with the human form as the foundation. How could a perfect person have 6 fingers? A defective zither wanted to fight with him? Defective zither. Ha! 6 fingers sneered and waved his left hand. Boom! The huge phoenix of the Silver Moon Villa suddenly turned into 10 phoenixes, and the 10 phoenixes suddenly soared into the sky. Screech! 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 The huge power of the phoenixes instantly stunned the birds that swooped down. The 10 phoenixes soared into the sky, and with a long screech, the birds instantly trembled. They were all playing the zither, but 6 fingers' vibrations were so blurry that the strings could not be seen clearly. As the phoenixes screeched, they suddenly commanded all the birds. 6 fingers sneered. Screech! The phoenixes screeched and flapped their wings, leading all the birds to a certain part of the city. That direction was where 7 kills was. What? 7 kills' expression changed. It was different from what he imagined. 6 fingers was actually not weaker than him. How could he control his birds? 7 kills immediately took a step and jumped out. Rumble. Immediately, a large number of birds exploded in that area. However, the phoenixes did not stop, and the birds immediately chased after 7 kills. Whoosh! 7 kills flew high in the sky at an extremely fast speed, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. A large number of birds arrived in the blink of an eye, and 7 kills did not have time to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, he was chased continuously. At the window of the restaurant, 6 fingers' eyes were cold as he stared at 7 kills, who was being chased in the distance. 7 kills. There are 16 heaven-grade zither in the world. I don't mind having one less. 6 Fingers said coldly. His voice instantly spread out through the zither. Under the pursuit of the birds and phoenixes, 7 kills quickly flew out of the city. While escaping, 7 kills said with a ferocious expression, "You only took advantage of the song. If you come again, I will definitely take your life. Then, don't leave. Let's try." 6 Fingers said coldly. Humph. 7 kills figure flashed, and he flew out of the city. 7 kills was still unwilling to admit defeat, but he had to admit that 6 Fingers was not weaker than him. If it were another time, 7 kills could fight with him. However, he could not do so now. The Emperor had given him a mission, and he could not let his personal matters go to waste. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to the Emperor. Whoosh! 7 kills disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 6 Fingers was exposed in front of everyone. Gu Hai and Yun Mo looked at the restaurant not far away. Not far away, Elder Feng Tong, who had just climbed out of the pit, was shocked. "It's not Master. 7 kills. Is he trying to frame me?" While Elder Feng Tong was still in shock, 6 Fingered also looked over coldly. When 6 Fingers looked over, a cold murderous aura burst out of his eyes. Elder Feng Tong trembled. 6 Fingered Zither Demon. Elder Feng Tong. A disciple of Wanshou Taoism. You've got guts. How dare you act so presumptuously in Silver Moon Villa? 6 Fingers said coldly. You, didn't Silver Moon Villa give you away? Why did you help them? Just now, you. Elder Feng Tong trembled. 6 Fingers narrowed his eyes. I was in the city just now. I wanted to see the character of the current Villa Master of Silver Moon Villa. When Master was here, even Taisheng of Wanshou Taoism had to worship Master. Now that Master is not here, how dare an ignorant junior like you act presumptuously? No one cares about Wanshou Taoism anymore. I'll take care of you on behalf of Taisheng. 6 Fingers said coldly. In the sky, Phoenix suddenly turned around and led thousands of ferocious birds to swoop down. No! Elder Feng Tong screamed. He was about to be baptized by thousands of ferocious birds again. Mr. 6 Fingers, have mercy. Suddenly, on a mountain outside the city, a man in a white Taoist robe shouted. His shout formed a sound wave that rushed into the city. The sound wave entered the city and turned into a long river, blocking Phoenix's path. Screech! Phoenix led thousands of ferocious birds to stop instantly. Some of the birds that didn't stop in time fell into the river and melted instantly. This is... Mo Yike raised an eyebrow. Eloquent? This person is a master of the zither and calligraphy. Moreover, he is extremely strong. Bingheim said with a solemn expression. Master, save me, Master. Elder Feng Tong cried out in ecstasy. Bastard, watch how I'll deal with you later. The man in the white Taoist robe said coldly. Elder Feng Tong's face stiffened. 6 Fingers turned his head and looked at Huang Xiaolong, his eyes cold. Oh. Xuanan from Taisheng's faction. Taisheng's faction. Bingheim's expression changed. Xian. Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Xian is the highest generation in Taisheng's faction. Taisheng's faction's tycoon is a Xian. Bingheim explained. Xuanan bowed slightly and said, My disciple is mischievous and has caused trouble for Silver Moon Villa. I will take him back and discipline him. I apologize to you all. Mr. 6 Fingers, how have you been since we parted? Sorry for causing trouble for you this time. 6 Fingers looked coldly at Xuanan. Mischievous and mischievous. Is this just mischievous and mischievous? In the past, Wan of the Taisheng bloodline also suffered greatly at the hands of Villa Master Yun. This time, let's call it even, okay? Moreover, Mr. Six Fingers was in the city. If you had acted earlier, you wouldn't have caused any damage, right? Tycoon is already in Deqian. I hope you can forgive the misunderstanding. Xuanan said lightly. Humph. Six Fingers snorted coldly. Bastard, come with me. Xuanan said coldly. Yes. Elder Feng Tong replied immediately. He flipped his hand and took out a flying boat. All the zither masters and corpses from Taisheng's faction were brought onto the flying boat and flew towards Xuanan. Goodbye, Mr. Six Fingers. Xuanan smiled faintly. As he smiled, Xuanan glanced at Gu Hai. That glance was quite complicated. He seemed to have something to say, but he stopped himself. He smiled coldly and left with everyone. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Xuanan in the distance. How is Xuanan's strength? Gu Hai looked at Bingheim. I'm not sure. However, in Wanshou Taoism, Taisheng's faction, Xian cultivators are at least in the Middle Celestial Palace and at least in the Middle Celestial Palace. Bingheim shook her head. Xuanan. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Did Six Fingers give up on dealing with Elder Feng Tong because of him? Did that mean Six Fingers was also afraid of this person? In the distance, Six Fingers waved his sleeve. Bang! The sky full of phoenixes, ferocious birds, and dark clouds exploded. Six Fingers stepped forward and instantly flew in front of Gu Hai and Yunemo. Chapter 512. Lu Ji stepped forward and appeared in front of Gu Hai and Yunemo in an instant. Mr. Lu Ji. Yunemo smiled gratefully. Lu Ji ignored Yunemo and looked at Gu Hai. 100 birds worshipping the phoenix, not bad. Thank you. If it weren't for me, Mr. Lu Ji would have taken action already, right? Gu Hai smiled. I won't take action. Lu Ji said calmly. Huh? Gu Hai was surprised. Lu Ji looked at Yunemo. Were you going to commit suicide? Ah. Yunmo's face froze. Pedantic. Lu Ji shouted. But at that time, I couldn't fight against the Taisheng Dao Guqin band. Yunemo said bitterly. What does the life and death of the whole city have to do with you? You are Mr. Silver Moon's descendant. It's enough that you are alive. Commit suicide? Hee, how could Mr. Silver Moon have such a pedantic descendant? Lu Ji said coldly. After Lu Ji said that, Yunmo's grateful expression disappeared. The previous villa master taught me that Silver Moon City is my home, and the people are my family. There is no such thing as who deserves to die and who doesn't. They died because of me, so why can't I save them? Yunemo said angrily. Hee, the previous villa master. He is a pedantic thing. He taught you something even more pedantic. He has the talent for Guqin, but you don't even have the talent for Guqin. You can't handle Elder Feng Tong. Ignorant. Lu Ji said coldly. I can't agree with your philosophy, but no matter what, I have to thank you today. You saved us and the whole of Silver Moon City. Yunemo said solemnly. I just wanted to save you. You are Mr. Silver Moon's descendant. Alright, let's cut the crap. No one lives in Yangxin Palace, right? I will live in Yangxin Palace from now on. Lu Ji said. Yangxin Palace? You live in the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? Yunemo raised his eyebrows. All the zither masters in the world have come to Deqian. Silver Moon Villa will definitely be a place of many things. Mr. died early, and although he is buried, no one can disturb his peace. Humph, I'm counting on you. If I didn't come back just now, someone would have gone to dig up Mr.'s body. Lu Ji said coldly. Yunmo's face stiffened, but he couldn't refute. If you live in the Silver Moon Mountain Villa, where is your master? Will he agree? Yunemo asked worriedly. My master. Ha, don't you know that they call me Zither Demon? Lu Ji sneered. Huh? Yunemo didn't understand. My master. I was the one who killed him. Six Fingers said calmly. The disciples of the Silver Moon Villa were shocked. Kill master. Regain freedom. Wasn't this Six Fingers a little too demonic? Lu Ji ignored the crowd and flew toward the back of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he entered the heart-nurturing palace. Gu Hai was silent for a while and looked at Yunemo. Yunemo smiled bitterly. The old villa master told me that one day, when Six Fingers returns, he will settle down. Gu Hai frowned slightly and nodded. Since the old villa master said so, Gu Hai had no reason to interfere with the matters of the Silver Moon Villa. However, for the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa, it was very encouraging. At least, with Six Fingers in charge, no one would dare to provoke the Silver Moon Villa. Mr. Good, you said that you have something to tell me? Please come in. Yunemo greeted. Gu Hai nodded. Someone would clean up the mess in the villa. Gu Hai and the others followed Yunemo into a hall. Someone served them tea, and they sat down. Can you use the sound barrier? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yunmo's expression changed and he nodded. He waved his hand, and a light barrier enveloped the hall. Mr. Good, are you looking for Shengguan? Yunemo seemed to have guessed what was going on. Gu Hai nodded. I heard Mu Qinfeng mention that Qing Emperor is here as well. He's in the Silver Moon Ocean. Before I came, I noticed that the Silver Moon Ocean was shrouded in fog. I wonder what happened during this time. Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor has left. Yunemo shook his head. Oh. Yunemo was silent for a while and finally smiled bitterly. Fine, I won't hide this from Mr. Good. The Silver Moon Ocean is my villa's property, and it's in a Super Guqin formation. As long as I'm willing to listen carefully, I can hear the sounds in the formation clearly. What did you hear? Qing Emperor has gone north to Heavenly Court City. He left behind a small group of subordinates to set up a formation in the Silver Moon Ocean to guard Shengguan and the other Xuanwu. Yunemo said solemnly. Guard Shengguan. Why? Why didn't Qing Emperor do it himself? I heard that Shengguan has the evil consciousness of the previous Xuanwu Supreme being in his body. Is that right? I heard that the evil part is sealed in a snake's head. Maybe. Yunemo recalled. Snake's head. Gu Hai suddenly remembered. In the past, there was indeed a snake's head in the Silver Moon Ocean. It was used by Liu Yang of Gojoseon to unlock the millions of Guqin figurines. Shengguan swallowed the snake's head, and his cultivation increased so much that he went straight to the Yuanying state. The previous Xuanwu Supreme Being was punished by the heavens and was torn into pieces. Before he died, Xuanwu Supreme Being knew that he was going to die, so he sealed his life's power in a Xuanwu pearl and threw it out, waiting for the destined Xuanwu to get it and revitalize the Xuanwu clan. At the moment of his death, the sealed evil consciousness lived in the snake's head and fell into the Silver Moon Ocean with the pearl in its mouth. Unfortunately, the evil consciousness didn't have the ability to refine the Xuanwu pearl, so it fell into a deep sleep. It was only when it was nourished by some power in Shengguan body that it woke up. Yunemo recalled. The power in Shengguan body? That was the power of the god Xuanwu. Gu Hai frowned and said, Xuanwu pearl is in the Silver Moon Ocean. Shengguan trip this time was to find the Xuanwu pearl. Wasn't the Qing Emperor tempted? Yunemo shook his head and said, of course he was tempted. However, the Xuanwu pearl is exclusive. Only the Xuanwu clan can touch it, and it even wrapped Shengguan inside. The Qing Emperor couldn't do anything about it at the moment. What does the Qing Emperor want to do? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. He wants to recruit the Xuanwu Supreme Being. Yun Mo recalled. Recruit? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Yes. Unfortunately, Shangguan Hen's consciousness clashed with the evil Xuanwu Supreme Being's consciousness at that time. He didn't give the Qing Emperor a definite answer at all. It seemed that something important had happened in the heavenly courts, and the Qing Emperor had no choice but to go. Therefore, the Qing Emperor left a group of people behind and set up a great formation. Yun Mo recalled. Set up a great formation? Yes, set up a great formation to imprison Shangguan Hen. When the Qing Emperor returns from the Thousand Sage Conference, he will slowly subdue him. Yun Mo explained. Ha! Imprison Shangguan Hen. Subdue him after he returns? What a boastful tone. He's so confident that he can definitely imprison Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai said in a low voice. After the Qing Emperor left, the Great Formation was activated. I couldn't hear anything from inside anymore. Yun Mo said with a bitter smile. Oh. Gu Hai was confused. The person who set up the formation is called Miata. She's the #1 formation master under the Qing Emperor. Her formation has already become a world. Even though Shangguan Hen has obtained the inheritance of the Xuanwu clan, it will still take a long time for him to inherit it, so. Yun Mo explained. Miata. Have you seen her before? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Look at this. Yun Mo stretched out his hand and condensed his dermic powers. Instantly, the appearance of a man in purple appeared. It's him. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Mr. Good? You know her? Yun Mo asked in confusion. Ha ha ha, I know her. Gu Hai laughed. Although his expression didn't show any abnormality, Gu Hai felt a surge of hatred in the depths of his heart. When the Qing Emperor led a group of people to kill Chen Xian, this person was there. Miata. Mr. Good, I've said what I need to say. I don't know anything else. Yun Mo shook his head. That's enough. That's enough. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Your Majesty, that Qi Sha is also one of the Qing Emperor's people. Bingheim explained. Oh. His expression darkened. He should be one of the Qing Emperor's trusted subordinates. I used to be in the Solar God Shrine, so I only found out by chance. Bingheim explained. I understand. Gu Hai tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair. Your Majesty, you want to deal with Miata. What do we need to do? Mo Yike asked with a frown. You don't need to do it. Mr. Mo, Bingheim, you don't need to stay here either. Take the invitation to the Thousand Saints Conference and bring a group of accompanying officials and head to Heavenly Courts immediately. I need you to spread the name of the Han Dynasty. Let everyone know that the Han Dynasty is here to participate in the Thousand Saints Conference. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Then, what about you, Your Majesty? Bingheim asked worriedly. Do as I say. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Your Majesty, that Miata is also a powerful person from the heavenly courts. Why don't you let Qin Zibai stay behind to help you? Mr. Mo, what do you think? Bingheim asked worriedly. Before Mo Yike could speak, Gu Hai shook his head and said, no need. You all go first. Qin Zibai will stay close to Mo Yike and protect him. Don't make any mistakes. Qin Zibai frowned slightly and nodded. Bingheim was still worried about Gu Hai, but Gu Hai shook his head and told them to do as he said. After leaving the main hall, Gu Hai sent off Mo Yike, Bingheim, and the others, and turned to look in the direction of the Silver Moon Sea. Mr. Good, why did you let them go first? Yun Mo asked in confusion. Mr. Mo and the others are the most precious people in the Dahan. 7 kills hearing is amazing, so we can't let anything happen to him here. Moreover, the Han dynasty must make a name for itself in this Thousand Saints Conference. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yunemo frowned, showing that he didn't quite understand. Right, thank you for your help this time, Mr. Good. Yunemo has a gift for Mr. Good. Consider it my thanks to Mr. Good. Yunemo said with a smile. Oh. Mr. Good, this way please. Yunemo invited. Gu Hai looked confused. He followed Yunemo into the villa and slowly entered a basement. There were a lot of soundproof arrays around it. Soon, they reached the bottom of the basement, which was an empty space. At that moment, there were 100 bronze statues standing in the empty space. Qin figurines? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. When he got closer and saw the faces of the bronze statues, Gu Hai's expression changed. Sky-class Qin figurines, Pejuan. Pejuan is already dead, Yunemo said with a smile. These are the Qin figurines that Mr. Good gave me. I built them according to the structure. They're far inferior to Sky-class Qin figurines, but they're not inferior to ordinary Qin figurines. Chapter 5:13. Pejuan is already dead. This is the Guqin figurine that Mr. Good gave me. I built it according to its structure. It's not as good as a heaven-class Guqin, but it's just as good as a regular one, Yunemo said. Oh. What's the use of these Pejuan figurines? Gu Hai asked. You can think of them as the auxiliary Guqin of a heaven-class Guqin. They don't have a soul in them, so they need Gaochen to play the little genie and pour it into their bodies. That way, they will go wherever Gaochen wants them to go. Then, they can play whatever Gaochen wants them to play from a long distance away. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. You can control them to play Gaochen's songs from a long distance away. You can use resonance. Gu Hai was shocked. Resonance? You can say that as long as you control Pejuan, you can transmit telepathy from millions of miles away. That way, Gaochen will be like having 100 clones. It's even more powerful against enemies. Yunemo explained with a smile. If the Gaochen plays the little spirit and controls the Guqin figurine, and the Guqin figurine leaves the Gaochen's body, the Gaochen will be able to make defeating armies hear his voice through the resonance of the Guqin. Then, when Pejuan needs something, can he transmit it back through resonance? Or Pejuan and Pejuan can transmit messages to each other? Gu Hai stared at Yunemo. Yes. Yunemo smiled. Then, is there a distance limit? Gu Hai stared at Yunemo. Millions of miles away. That's the distance between two cities. Any further and it might be useless. Yunemo smiled bitterly. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the army-shattering Guqin figurine. Villa Master Yun, how did you think of making this Guqin figurine? Mr. Silvermoon's legacy? That's not it. I was just blindly thinking about it. It has nothing to do with the ancestor. It's just that today's disaster is completely useless. It seems that I was just blindly messing around. Compared to ancestor, I'm far inferior. Yunemo said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai took a deep breath. No, Mr. Yunemo, perhaps you have already surpassed Mr. Silver Moon, at least in terms of creation. Huh? Yunemo looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Ha, you only thought of using it for battle, but have you ever thought of using it for communication? This is an epoch-making creation, a creation that transcends time and surpasses everything. This is the rhythm of the internet. Gu Hai suddenly laughed. Ah. What internet? Yunemo was confused. No, it's different from the internet. It can only transmit information through resonance. The internet? I've thought of researching it, but unfortunately, it won't work. The coverage is too small, and it requires signal transmission. It also requires a signal station that can be destroyed at any time. It takes a very long time, and the signal may be cut off midway. This resonance of yours is a super wireless transmission. Ha ha ha, Villa Leader Yun, please accept Gu Hai's bow. Gu Hai suddenly bowed. Ah. Mr. Good, what are you doing? You don't have to do this. What are you doing? Yun Mo was flustered. Villa Leader Yun, is this Pajuan's creation difficult? Gu Hai looked at Yun Mo, it's very expensive. One Pajuan needs 1 million upper-grade spirit stones to buy materials, Pajuan said with a frown. 1 million upper-grade spirit stones? Then Dahan will officially place an order with you. 2 million upper-grade spirit stones for one. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Ah. Pajuan was slightly stunned. 2 million upper-grade spirit stones for one. Will Silver Moon Villa accept this order? Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, are you serious? Yun Mo was confused. From Yun Mo's point of view, this Pajuan was extremely difficult to use. First of all, there must be a musician who could play the little elf. Second, this Pajuan had no thoughts and was extremely dull. What was the use of it? It was powerful, but there were many flaws. I'm serious. Gu Hai said with an extremely serious expression. Okay, but how many do you need? Yun Mo asked strangely. As many as you have. Gu Hai said with absolute certainty. Okay. Yun Mo smiled bitterly. This time, to make these 100 Pajuan, they had used up more than half of Silver Moon Villa's stock of raw materials. They were worried about running out of money, and now Gu Hai was giving them money. Only one thing. I hope Villa Master Yun can keep this a secret. This Pajuan can only be sold to Dahan. You can't reveal anything. Gu Hai said with an extremely solemnly tone. That's not a problem. Mr. Good has helped me a few times, and I have no reason to refuse. Moreover, you gave me such a huge profit. Yun Mo smiled bitterly. No, this Pajuan is too important to me. Gu Hai exclaimed. Was it important? It was too important. Yun Mo might not understand the importance of information, but Gu Hai had fought countless battles and knew all too well. With this item, Dahan would enter the age of information in the future. Gu Hai put away all the Pajuan and emphasized again, Villa Master Yun Mo, Pajuan, don't show up. Don't show up at any time. Mr. Good, I gave you these 100 Pajuan so that you can shine at the Thousand Saints Conference. You can form a super band at that time. With Mr. Good's musical skills, he might not be able to defeat all the other musicians, but he will definitely be at the forefront. This is a great weapon for the Thousand Saints Conference. Yun Mo said blankly. Ha ha ha, use it at the Thousand Saints Conference? I can't bear to do that. Even if I can defeat all the other heroes in the end and become the champion, I think it's a waste to expose Pajuan. This item is only suitable to be used in the dark. At least, I need it in the dark for a short period of time. Please, Villa Master Yun. Solemnly Gu Hai bowed to Yun Mo again. Solemnly Gu Hai said so, Yun Mo gradually understood the importance of Pajuan. Solemnly nodded in the end. The two slowly stepped out of the basement. Once they were out of the basement, they didn't mention a word about what they had just said. Villa Master, Mayor Sima wants to see you. He says he wants to thank Mr. Good for saving the people. A disciple of the Silver Moon Villa said respectfully. Oh. Lead the way. Yun Mo nodded. Gu Hai looked around the Silver Moon Villa. The entire Silver Moon Villa has set up a sound barrier. Gu Hai looked at the faint barrier around them. That's right. Mr. Good, you can say whatever you want. The outside world definitely can't hear you. Only the people inside can hear you. Yun Mo said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded, and the two quickly walked to a square. Mayor Sima was waiting with a group of officials. "Greetings, Mr. Good, Villa Master Yun." Mayor Sima immediately greeted them and bowed respectfully with a smile. "Greetings, Mayor Sima." Gu Hai and Yunemo bowed slightly. "Mr. Good, Villa Master Yun, you're too polite. Thank you so much for what you did earlier. If it weren't for you, the people of Silver Moon City would have been in trouble." Mayor Sima sighed. "That's what I should do." Gu Hai smiled faintly. "The mayor's mansion has prepared some wine and specially invited Mr. Good to a banquet to thank Mr. Good for saving the people earlier. To celebrate the defeat of the enemy. Mayor Sima invited. That group of people is still near Silver Moon City. There's no need to celebrate for now." Gu Hai shook his head. "What? Still near Silver Moon City?" Mayor Sima's expression changed. "Even if you didn't come, I would have gone to look for you. I hope you can cooperate with me and take down all the Guqin masters who are hiding near Silver Moon City." Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Huh?" Yunemo was slightly stunned. Gu Hai wanted to deal with the people from Silver Moon Ocean, 7 Kills, Array Master Miyata, and the others. However, Gu Hai didn't seem to have anyone around him. How could he deal with them? Rely on the mayor's mansion? Forget it. They couldn't even deal with 7 Kills. Miyata was an expert above the Middle Celestial Palace even without using arrays. How could they deal with her? Yunemo didn't understand what Gu Hai was going to do. However, Gu Hai didn't hesitate at all. He had to deal with the people from Silver Moon Ocean immediately. This time, thousands of people in Silver Moon City were killed and injured. The hatred of killing our people is irreconcilable. Mr. Good, just give the order. Silver Moon City's soldiers will cooperate fully. We won't rest until we die. Sima City Master said solemnly. Thank you, City Master. However, don't worry too much. It won't be difficult to deal with them. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. At the same time, in the mental cultivation palace of Silver Moon Villa, Lu Ji didn't hear the conversation between Gu Hai and Yunemo in the basement. After all, there was a sound barrier there. However, he heard the conversation between Gu Hai and the city master. He. This Gu Hai is overestimating himself. A small Yuanying state wants to deal with people from Kaitian Palace? Ha! Lu Ji showed a trace of disdain, but he didn't care. What Lu Ji didn't know was that a large number of people from Kaitian Palace had fallen under Gu Hai's hands. Silver Moon Ocean was covered in thick fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. Whoosh! A stream of light flashed past. It was 7 Kills, who had returned and entered the array. Boom! The array suddenly surged as if it was defending against an enemy. It's Lord 7 Kills. You don't have to do anything. A clear voice sounded. Instantly, the array returned to normal. 7 Kills entered the depths and flew to the entrance of a hall on an island. Bang! After 7 Kills landed, a group of people surrounded him. The leader was a man in a purple robe. It was the appearance that Yunemo had shown to Gu Hai not long ago. He was the #1 array master under the Qing Emperor, Miyata. Lord 7 Kills, before the Emperor left, he told us not to leave Silver Moon Ocean. Were you going to Silver Moon City just now? Miyata frowned. 7 Kills looked coldly at Miyata. I don't need you to care about my matters. I will explain to the Emperor. I can't care about you, but you better not bring trouble to us. Humph. Miyata snorted. You better mind your own business. Where's Shengguan? Is he willing to talk? 7 Kills said in a low voice. Miyata frowned slightly and finally shook his head. The previous Supreme Xuanwu was willing to talk to us, but the consciousness of the other Shengguan was unwilling. Just now, We interrogated Xuanwu and found out the crux of Shangguanhen's illness. Oh. 7 Kills was puzzled. Shangguanhen is unwilling to submit to the emperor because he has allied with a dynasty called the Han. Miyata said in a low voice. Han dynasty? How can a small dynasty block the emperor's path? Just destroy it. 7 Kills said coldly. Miyata nodded, obviously agreeing with him. Where is the Han dynasty? 7 Kills asked in a low voice. According to Xuanwu, the Han dynasty is at the border of the Deqian dynasty. The leader of the Dehan is called Gu Hai. Miyata recalled. Gu Hai. 7 Kills' eyes widened in shock. Wasn't Gu Hai the one who created all birds worship the phoenix in the city? Chapter 5:14. Silver Moon Sea. Thick fog pervaded the area. A monstrous formation enveloped the entire sea. In the center of the sea was a sea area. The sea water split in all directions. In the center of the sea, a golden egg with a diameter of 1,000 feet floated. The golden egg was semi-transparent, and one could vaguely see Shangguanhen sitting cross-legged in it. Shangguanhen's face was completely distorted. Half of it was ferocious, and the other half was serene. Behind Shangguanhen, there seemed to be 2 giant shadows. One was a black tortoise, and the other was a black serpent. The black tortoise and the black serpent were swallowing the energy in the golden egg. At the same time, they were staring at each other coldly. Shangguanhen, you're going back on your word. You said you gave me your body, and you still want to take it back. A sinister voice roared from the half of Shangguanhen's ferocious body. Feng Yu, you're the previous Supreme Xuanwu, and you want to take my body. Don't you think you've gone too far? Ha, you're right. I lent you my body, but you couldn't keep it. Who can you blame? Shangguanhen's serene half said coldly. I couldn't keep it. If it weren't for your weak body, I wouldn't have exhausted all my energy to deal with that stinky bat for you. Feng Yu said coldly. What's mine is mine. I only lent it to you. Supreme Feng Yu died back then. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Don't be ungrateful. Shangguanhen said coldly. Ha, if it weren't for me, how could you find the Xuanwu pearl with that memory? Fine. I won't waste time with you. Let's see who'll have the last laugh. Feng Yu said coldly. Shangguanhen sat cross-legged, resisting the Supreme Feng Yu's consciousness in his body. However, while his consciousness was resisting, his body was frantically absorbing the power of the golden egg. The 1,000 feet golden egg was the Xuanwu pearl. At this moment, the two of them were wrapped in rolling energy. In the outside world, some of the Xuanwu had anxious looks on their faces. The appearance of these two people was enough to make the Xuanwu happy. After all, the appearance of the god Xuanwu and the supreme martial artist meant that the Xuanwu clan would rise again. However, 2 supreme martial artists had suddenly appeared. What was he going to do? Who should we listen to? While the Xuanwu were worried about Shangguanhen, who was inside the Xuanwu pearl, they were also on guard against the experts who had suddenly appeared from the surrounding islands. It was this group of people who had trapped them here. They're here again. They're here again. The group of Xuanwu shouted angrily. This was a strange formation. Under this formation, it was very difficult for the Xuanwu to attack because once they deviated from this place, they would be lost in the formation. That was how a few of his fellow clansmen had gone missing. Miyata and 7 Kills had once again arrived near the Xuanwu clan. Stop right there. The group of Xuanwu glared and shouted angrily. Miyata revealed a cold smile. This is my world. No one is qualified to make me stop. As she spoke, she waved her sleeve. Boom! The surging fog immediately enveloped the group of black tortoises, instantly pushing them far away. The black tortoises, who already had the strength to create heavenly palaces, were actually unable to withstand a single blow from the formation. In the Xuanwu Pearl, Shenguanhen suddenly opened his eyes and stared coldly at the people in front of him. Supreme Fengyu, Shenguanhen. Ha, have the two of you thought about what we said earlier? Miyata sneered. Submit to the Qing Emperor. Ha, when I was still alive, did the Qing Emperor dare to speak to me like this? Fengyu said coldly. Miyata smiled. That was then, and this is now. In the past, the Emperor's reputation was not well known. Now, you have fallen into the mortal world, haven't you? Following the Qing Emperor will not disgrace you. It is better than following that dynasty, right? Shenguanhen narrowed his eyes. Oh, you know the dynasty I am allied with? The Han dynasty, right? Without the Emperor's help, 7 kills or I can destroy it. Do you believe it? Shenguanhen, the Han dynasty is not suitable for you. Following the Emperor is your best choice. Miyata advised. Ha, 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 you, or 7 kills. You can destroy the Han dynasty. Shenguanhen said with a disdainful smile. Ha, we are speaking nicely to you because the Emperor is doing us a favor. Otherwise, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. I think many supreme martial artists want God Xuanwu. The Emperor doesn't want to force you, so don't be ungrateful. 7 kills said with a glare. The Emperor said that if you are willing to follow him, the Emperor will allow Xuanwu to be the first allied beast. In the future, when the country is established, the Xuanwu clan will be the Emperor's national beast. Miyata said again. Fengyu smiled evilly. It is not that we can't negotiate, but is this the posture of a negotiation? How can we negotiate if you imprison us? You should remove the formation first. Shenguanhen said calmly, Supreme Fengyu, you don't have to play any tricks with them. My attitude is that it is impossible. Soon, the Emperor will come to save me. What are you worried about? Gu Hai will come to save you. Ha ha ha, that Yuanying state. You still expect him to come to save you? 7 kills sneered. Oh. Shenguanhen looked at 7 kills with narrowed eyes. I have seen Gu Hai. He is in Silver Moon City now. His Guqin skills are not bad. Unfortunately, he is from the Yuanying state. I will kill him now and end your hope. What do you think? 7 kills sneered. Shenguanhen's eyes brightened. The Emperor is in Silver Moon City. Ha ha ha, that's good. That's good. Shenguanhen looked as if he was saved, which made 7 kills and Miyata depressed. Are you crazy? Do you really expect someone from the Yuanying state to save you? 7 kills sneered. You said that the Emperor's Guqin skills are not bad? To be able to get a heaven-class Guqin to say that, you must have fought with the Emperor and lost terribly, right? Ha 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 ha. Shenguanhen laughed happily. 7 kills' face turned cold. Kill the Emperor. Go ahead. Don't overestimate yourself. Shenguanhen sneered. Miyata and 7 kills looked at each other in confusion. What was Shenguanhen so confident about? He was from the Yuanying state. He was making it seem as if they were looking for death by going to him. Gu Hai was only from the Yuanying state. What you said is good. Good. 7 kills said coldly. As soon as 7 kills finished speaking, a subordinate in green flew over. Master 7 kills, Master Miyata, the army of Silver Moon City has arrived at Silver Moon Ocean. They are clamoring to avenge the people in the city. They want us to hand over 7 kills' head to pay tribute to the people in the city. The subordinate in green shouted. What? 7 kills and Miyata were puzzled. The governor of Silver Moon City? Is he crazy? 7 Kills stared. How brave was the governor? If it wasn't for Lu Ji, he would have destroyed the entire Silver Moon City. Would the governor of Silver Moon City still dare to bring an army here? Miyata waved her sleeves. Boom! Immediately, the surrounding clouds and mist condensed, instantly revealing the scene of the outside world. Sure enough, outside the Silver Moon Ocean, there were 10 huge flying boats. On the flying boats stood soldiers in armor. Each of them looked at the Silver Moon Ocean with ferocious expressions. On the leading flying boat stood City Lord Sima. Beside City Governor Sima stood a man in a black brocade robe. Gu Hai. 7 Kills' eyes suddenly widened. In the Xuanwu Pearl, Shangguan Hen saw Gu Hai in the distance and his eyes lit up. Ha 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 ha. Shangguan Hen laughed and closed his eyes. Shangguan Hen closed his eyes. However, the expression on the other half of his face suddenly changed. Shangguan Hen, are you that confident? Supreme Being Feng Yu said coldly. Oh. Supreme Being Feng Yu, you can read my mind? Shangguan Hen raised his eyebrows. Although I can't read your mind, I can feel your emotions. Do you think Gu Hai can get rid of me? Supreme Being Feng Yu said coldly. I didn't say anything. You think too much. Just absorb the power of the Xuanwu Pearl. Whoever gets the body will have to rely on their own abilities. Shangguan Hen said coldly. You can't fool me. I don't know why you are so confident in Gu Hai. But I am not afraid of anyone, Supreme Being Feng Yu said coldly. As he spoke, Shangguan Hen's body emitted red light. What are you doing? Shangguan Hen said angrily with a glare. I can't do anything to you now, but I know Gu Hai's life. To prevent any accidents, I have to be on guard. Once Gu Hai gets rid of the ants outside, he won't be able to target me. Supreme Being Feng Yu said coldly. As he spoke, the red light on Shangguan Hen's body became more and more intense, as if it was burning. Bastard, what are you trying to do? Xuanwu Great Splitting Technique? You bastard! You want to split my physical body? Shangguan Hen suddenly exclaimed. Gu Hai is here, and these ants will be finished soon. I am just in case, Supreme Being Feng Yu said coldly. Stop, bastard, stop! Shangguan Hen shouted. Shangguan Hen and Feng Yu's conversation was transmitted to the outside world. Miyata and Qi Sha both had gloomy expressions on their faces. Without 6 fingers, they are just a bunch of overconfident idiots, and you think we are inferior to them? 7 Kills said angrily. A bunch of people, and the strongest is only from the Yuanying state? Ha, Supreme Xuanwu, you underestimate us too much, don't you think? Miyata also said angrily. Shangguan Hen and Feng Yu ignored her. It was as if they were fighting for something in their bodies. The red light around them became brighter and brighter, and their bodies seemed to be melting. 7 Kills and Miyata snorted coldly. The two of them stared at the outside world. Were they so weak in the eyes of Supreme Xuanwu? A bunch of overconfident idiots. 7 Kills looked at the flying ship outside coldly. Outside the Silver Moon Sea, on the flying ship. City Lord Sima looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, is it okay for us to come here like this? This is a monstrous formation. Gu Hai stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the monstrous formation in the distance. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I will deal with it. You guys can just cheer for me. Cheer. City Lord Sima was puzzled. Beat the war drums. Gu Hai said with a serious expression. City Lord Sima didn't understand, but he still nodded. He waved his hand, and the drummers on the flying ship started beating. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of the war drums spread to the Silver Moon Sea in the distance. Chapter 5:15. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of war drums resounded outside the Silver Moon Sea. A murderous aura rushed into the fog-filled Silver Moon Sea. City Lord Sima was slightly worried. He looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression was still cold as he looked at the group of men in green in front of the fog. What? You're the master of the formation. You still don't dare to come out? Gu Hai said coldly. Outside the formation, the group of men in green said coldly, Bastard, do you think you can meet our master just because you want to? Ha, you killed the Qian citizens on the Qian territory. Even if the Qing emperor comes, he won't be able to protect you. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph. If you have the guts, come and try. The leader of the men in green said coldly. Break into the formation. Gu Hai didn't plan to do that. Continue to beat the drums. I don't believe that they are willing to be cowards. Gu Hai said coldly. Thump, thump, thump. The soldiers of Silver Moon City continued to beat their drums. At this moment, the soldiers were uncertain. After all, 7 kills had caused too much destruction in Silver Moon City. If there was only one city lord here, most of the soldiers would have run away. However, Gu Hai was different. With Gu Hai standing at the front, the soldiers felt that they weren't afraid of anything. Humph, you think you can find trouble with our master? Revenge for the Deqian citizens? What a joke, I've killed more than 100 people. You want to find me? All of us here have killed the Han citizens. What can you do? Humph. A man in green glared and rushed over. The man in green held a bronze hammer in his hand. He arrived in front of Gu Hai in an instant and smashed the hammer down on the flying boat. With the strength of the Yuanying State's peak, the hammer smashed down, creating a strong gust of wind. City Lord Sima's expression changed. At that moment, Gu Hai moved, but all he saw was Gu Hai reaching for the life-ending saber on his back. Zhou Tian-san. Gu Hai snorted. Buzz. Suddenly, a purple light illuminated the world. Inside the formation, Qi Sha and Miyata suddenly widened their eyes. Blade domain? How is that possible? Miyata was shocked. Oh no. 7 kills face darkened. Boom. The purple light in the outside world suddenly disappeared, and the life-extinguishing saber returned to its original position. The explosion just now was caused by the man with the bronze hammer exploding with a loud bang, filling the air with a bloody mist. Roar. The soldiers behind Gu Hai roared excitedly. Gu Hai's face darkened. Gu Hai showed no mercy to this group of Qing Emperor's subordinates. He killed a peak Yuanying State's peak expert with one strike. It was a clean cut, and the other Yuanying State soldiers who were charging forward were immediately stunned. The expressions of the group of men in green changed drastically. There was even a Celestial Palace expert among them, but he had no intention of stepping forward. Have you notified the Lord? The man in green from Celestial Palace glared. Yes, we have. Someone beside him immediately replied. Gu Hai looked across coldly. Seeing that the group of men in green had been stunned, he took a deep breath and said, Mu Qianfeng. Hall Master. Mu Qianfeng walked closer. I told you before. Now, they won't dare to make things difficult for you. Go and deliver the letter of challenge to them. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Letter of challenge? Is that necessary? City Lord Sima asked blankly. You have already started killing, and now you want to deliver the letter of challenge? The one I just killed was a fool. Deqian has Deqian rules. After all, they represent Qing Emperor. We can't ignore the rules. Gu Hai said coldly. All right. City Lord Sima was confused. Why was Mr. Good so inflexible? However, he saw Gu Hai take out a scroll. The scroll was already rolled up, and the words letter of challenge were written on it. Mu Chenfeng grabbed the war-letter scroll and slowly flew into the fog in the distance. In the fog, the group of men in green looked ferocious. However, when they saw Gu Hai staring at them coldly, they didn't charge forward. When the Lord comes out, none of you can escape, the group of men in green said ferociously. Gu Hai stared at them with a gloomy expression. Mu Chenfeng flew closer to the fog with a hint of worry. At this moment, Miyata and Qi Sha also flew to the edge of the array angrily. Whoosh! Some of the fog in the array suddenly dispersed, revealing Miyata, Qi Sha, and the others. Their expressions were ferocious as they stared at the flying ship in the distance. When Mu Chenfeng saw the fog disperse slightly, she immediately shouted, "Listen up, traitors! Elite Hall's Hall Master Gu Hai represents the citizens of Silver Moon City to officially issue you a letter of challenge. Take it." Qi Sha snorted and waved his hand. An energy palm suddenly appeared in the air and slammed toward Mu Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. She tossed the letter of challenge and immediately retreated. Boom! Even so, Mu Chenfeng was still hit by the energy waves from the energy palm. She flew backward and looked extremely pathetic in midair. You can't even withstand a single blow. Qi Sha sneered. Smack! Miyata extended her hand and caught the letter of challenge. She held the letter of challenge and looked coldly at the group of people in front of her. Hall Master! Mu Chenfeng flew over in pain. Division Leader Mu, you've worked hard. Solemnly, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. It's nothing, hee. Mu Chenfeng smiled bitterly. That's the power of Qi Sha's palm strike. He's from Kai Tian Palace. City Lord Sima asked worriedly with a frown. That's right. Kai Tian Palace is the one who accepted the letter of challenge, Gu Hai said calmly. Ah. City Lord Sima looked worried. In the distance, Miyata took the letter of challenge and looked at Gu Hai and the others with a gloomy expression. You're Gu Hai. Do you have the guts to come to my array? Miyata said coldly. The letter of challenge states clearly. Don't you know how to read it? Gu Hai shouted coldly. Letter of challenge? We're already face to face, and you're giving us a letter of challenge? Qi Sha and Miyata narrowed their eyes as they looked at the other side. They were confused. However, since the letter of challenge was delivered, why not take a look? Miyata slowly opened the letter of challenge. Miyata frowned and looked at the letter of challenge. Huh? Did you get it wrong? Miyata felt slightly stunned. What's wrong? Qi Sha also looked over in confusion. However, he saw that there were no words on the letter of challenge, only a strange egg-shaped picture. An egg? Ha 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 ha. Are you crazy? Why did you give me a picture? Miyata guffawed. Ah. Did you get it wrong? City Lord Sima immediately looked worriedly at Gu Hai. Roar! 7 kills and Miyata rushed towards Gu Hai at almost the same time. Mr. Good, be careful. Governor Sima exclaimed. Leader, be careful. Mu Chenfeng also exclaimed. However, they saw Miyata and 7 kills rushing towards them with their big stomachs. Even with their big stomachs, the two of them were still full of vigor. They were about to reach Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai suddenly waved his sleeves. 5 scrolls flew out of his sleeves and floated in front of Gu Hai. On each scroll was an egg. 7 kills and Miyata were the first to see 5 eggs in an instant. 5 eggs? No. Almost at the same time, 7 kills and Miyata felt like they were blind. Chapter 5:16. Silver Moon City. The Silver Moon City army accepted Gu Hai's invitation and headed to Silver Moon Ocean to avenge the people who had died not long ago. All of a sudden, the entire city was paying attention to the situation at Silver Moon Ocean. The people were looking forward to the news. In Silver Moon Villa, Villa Master Yun Mo also looked worried. After all, only Yun Mo knew the situation at Silver Moon Ocean. Other than 7 kills, there was also Miyata, who was an elite from the Central Celestial Palace. More importantly, Miyata was an array master. The entire Silver Moon Ocean was wrapped in a super array. Wouldn't Mr. Good die if he went there? After thinking about it, Yun Mo still walked to the back of the mountain. Outside the Yangshin Palace, Yun Mo hesitated for a while and said respectfully, "Mr. Six Fingers." "What's wrong?" Six Fingers' voice came from the Yangshin Palace. "Silver Moon Villa owes Mr. Good a lot. This trip to Silver Moon Ocean might be dangerous. Mr. Six Fingers, can you?" Yun Mo said worriedly. "Humph, he asked for it. Who can he blame?" "Alright, don't disturb me," Six Fingers said coldly. Yun Mo was anxious for a while but could only feel helpless in the end. Gu Hai didn't let him go, but Yun Mo was still very worried. After thinking about it, Yun Mo left the villa with a group of Guqin masters and headed to Silver Moon Ocean. After all, there was a Guqin array there. He hoped that he could help Mr. Good. Six Fingers sat in the Yangshin Palace and sneered. "Gu Hai asked for it. You're going to die too." "Ha, Silver Moon Villa is indeed getting worse with each generation." Six Fingers' face was gloomy, but he didn't intend to help. Others couldn't hear the voice at Silver Moon Ocean, but Six Fingers' hearing was very good. "Oh. Challenge letter. Pedantic, this Gu Hai is really pedantic. Challenge letter when we're already face to face. He actually established the Han Dynasty. He's really asking for it. Humph, it's good that he's dead. He's leading a group of people to death. He's overestimating himself." Six Fingers sneered. As he listened, Six Fingers' face suddenly froze. "Huh? Poison? Did Gu Hai poison him? Are Miyata and Chisha idiots? He didn't even know that Gu Hai had poisoned him. What kind of poison was this? Big belly." Lu Ji's expression stiffened again. He immediately stood up with a blank expression. Silver Moon Sea. Miyata and 7 kills held their big bellies and used the last of their strength. They widened their eyes and wanted to kill Gu Hai instantly. But who would have thought that Gu Hai would take out another 5 scrolls given to him by longevity? He spread them out in an instant, revealing them to Miyata and 7 kills. 7 kills and Miyata were the first to see the 5 eggs. 5 eggs? No. Almost at the same time, 7 kills and Miyata felt like they were blind. Pregnancy was the most sensitive period. In an instant, 7 kills and Miyata felt another 5 forces emerge from their stomachs. "Gu Hai, you despicable man!" 7 kills roared. At this moment, 7 kills had the urge to cry. He had fought countless battles, but never had he been defeated in such a humiliating manner. The twins became septuplets in an instant. Gu Hai held the life-ending saber and waved the 5 scrolls. Miyata and 7 kills immediately closed their eyes. Zhou Tian-san. He slashed the saber. Bam! 7 kills and Miyata didn't dare to continue fighting. They immediately retreated into the distance. Ouch! Miyata clutched her stomach and fell from the sky. She didn't even have the strength to fly anymore. Septuplets. Their stomachs were rapidly expanding. Quick, save us! Save us! 7 kills shouted. Master Miyata, I'm coming. Master 7 kills, over here. A group of subordinates in green flew over anxiously. Whoosh! The 5 scrolls were immediately transferred to their sight by Gu Hai. Ouch, My stomach is so big too. I can't fly anymore. Help. Master, help. Ah. There was no time to save Miyata and 7 kills. In the blink of an eye, everyone's stomachs were so big that they had no strength left. A few subordinates in green rushed in front of Gu Hai, ready to fight. Zhou Tian-san. Bam! Suddenly, the group of subordinates in green exploded. Gu Hai approached Miyata coldly. In the distance, City Master Sima and the rest of the soldiers had their eyes wide open. Their jaws dropped to the ground. Before they came, they were still worried. If it wasn't for Mr. Good leading the team, they wouldn't have dared to come. But now, looking at this group of experts, they suddenly became laughable. Is that the 7 kills who caused a commotion in Silver Moon City? Was this 7 kills who had brought disaster to Silver Moon City with his big belly and his mournful expression? Was this really the 7 kills who had brought disaster to Silver Moon City? Smack, smack, smack. One by one, the experts fell into the sea. They had no strength left. Their foreheads were covered in sweat, and they looked constipated. They allowed Gu Hai to approach them. As expected, Mr. Good was right. There was no danger at all. The purpose of the army coming was to create an atmosphere of confrontation between the two armies. It was just to attract all the experts in the array. That was all. Ouch, my belly. Master, I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth. What should I do? I'm a man. I can't give birth. Ah, I'm pregnant with twins. A series of anxious and painful voices sounded from all directions. Gu Hai approached Miyata with a long sword. Why? Why is it like this? I have an array. Let me into the array. Miyata shouted in shock. Gu Hai didn't care at all. His eyes were bloodshot, and a murderous intent surged out. In Silver Moon City, Six-Fingered had a strange expression. It settled just like that. Six-Fingered had thought of many possibilities before. They were all that Gu Hai would definitely die. At most, he could fight and eventually die in the Silver Moon Sea. But why did he hear this? They hadn't fought yet, but the other side had been defeated. What kind of spell did Gu Hai cast? No wonder Gu Hai was fearless when 7 kills was wreaking havoc in the city not long ago. Perhaps Gu Hai could resolve the crisis of Silver Moon Villa without him doing anything. Silver Moon Beach. Protect Master, quick, protect Master. A group of pregnant subordinates rushed to Gu Hai. Boom, boom, boom. Not to mention that they were not a match for Gu Hai when they were at their peak. Now that they were pregnant, they were even less of a match for Gu Hai. Gu Hai swung his saber, and the many azure-clad subordinates instantly exploded. Gu Hai was getting closer and closer to Miyata. An unforgettable hatred suddenly surged in his heart. Regardless of 7 kills, Gu Hai only wanted to kill Miyata now. In the past, he accompanied the Qing Emperor to kill his wife, Qin Xian. Miyata was one of them. Today, he must kill him. Gu Hai's eyes turned red, but Miyata became more and more afraid. Her face was full of horror. No, no. Miyata retreated in horror. No. It's too late. Humph. Gu Hai's long sword was getting closer and closer. Emperor, save me. Emperor, save me. Miyata suddenly screamed. A great threat of death surged into Miyata's heart. You called the Qing Emperor? It's useless. Gu Hai finally arrived and slashed down with his saber. Hum. At this moment, a green light suddenly appeared between Miyata's eyebrows. The green light rushed out of her body and formed a green light shield that enveloped Miyata. Boom. The life-extinguishing saber hit the green light shield. There was an earth-shattering sound, and the green light shield shook violently. However, it blocked the life-extinguishing saber. Gu Hai's face darkened. A green light suddenly appeared in Miyata's eyes. Her expression was no longer fearful. A murderous aura emanated from Miyata's body. Celestial Emperor, save me. 7 Kills was suddenly overjoyed. Miyata, how did your body become so filthy? My consciousness can't enter your body. What's going on? A majestic voice came from Miyata's body. The Qing Emperor. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Was this a strand of the Qing Emperor's consciousness? Gu Hai would never forget this voice for the rest of his life. It was the Azure the Arch. It was him. 4th cycle. Gu Hai glared and slashed again. Boom! An extremely powerful force slammed into the cyan light barrier. However, the cyan light barrier shook violently for a period of time, but it still didn't break. How could a strand of consciousness bring such a powerful force? How dare you? I don't care who you are. If you dare to move again, I'll kill your entire family. The Qing Emperor's voice was heard again. Slash. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber again. Boom. The green light shield shook again. It blocked Gu Hai's attack again. On the other side, 7 Kills' expression changed. Emperor, it's Gu Hai. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at 7 Kills coldly. 7 Kills shuddered and did not dare to speak. Who is it? You're courting death. The Qing Emperor's voice was heard again. Oh no, Miyata is pregnant and her body is filthy. The Emperor's consciousness can't enter her body completely. Emperor, save me. Emperor, save me. 7 Kills was terrified. Buzz. A green light appeared between 7 Kills' eyebrows and formed a green light shield around his body. Another filthy body. What happened to you? Oh. Luckily, he's here. I'll let him save you. Humph. The Qing Emperor snorted. Boom. Gu Hai slashed at Miyata again. At this moment, Miyata and 7 Kills were completely defenseless. The green light shield around Miyata's body was about to shatter. The subordinates did not have the courage or strength to come forward. Gu Hai looked on coldly and was about to slash again. Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light flashed by. It was a flying boat that came from afar. There was a huge flag on the flying boat with the word Tang written on it. Lord Tang. It's Lord Tang. Lord Tang, help. The subordinates in green who were lying on the ground were overjoyed. The huge flying boat came crashing toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened. He turned around and slashed with the Life Slayer saber. 4th day of Zhou. Gu Hai shouted with his eyes wide open. A man in red stood in front of the flying boat. He had a scar on his head. When he saw Gu Hai's saber coming, his face changed. A green bead flew out of his hand. Hong! The Life Slayer's saber shattered the green bead. The flying boat was not far away from Gu Hai in an instant. Qing Emperor dragged 7 Kills and Miyata, who were wrapped in green light, onto the flying boat. Bring them back. The Cyan the Arch said coldly. After that, the green light that wrapped 7 Kills and Miyata disappeared. Okay. The Lord Tang in red replied. Gu Hai grabbed the Life Slayer saber and turned to look at Lord Tang with a ferocious expression. Lord Tang also looked at Gu Hai coldly. Chapter 5:17. On the Silver Moon seaside, a scarred man in a red shirt looked coldly at Gu Hai on a flying boat that suddenly appeared. Gu Hai also looked at the scarred man with a ferocious expression. Lord Tang, help! Lord Tang! Miyata's subordinates shouted. However, Lord Tang didn't care at all. Instead, he stared at Gu Hai. Lord Tang, hurry up and do something. There's something in the array that belongs to the Imperial Emperor. Hurry. 7 Kills held his stomach and shouted anxiously. If you make any more noise, I'll throw you off. Lord Tang said coldly. Throw him off. Throw him to Gu Hai. 7 Kills' eyes widened and he immediately shut his mouth. Lord Tang turned to look at Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his saber and was about to slash again. Humph, let's go. Lord Tang snorted. Whoosh. The flying boat shot into the distance. Slash. Gu Hai slashed again with the 4 cycles of Heavenly Cycle. A green bead flew out of Lord Tang's hand and shot toward Gu Hai. Boom. The green bead exploded with a loud bang. Countless clouds of smoke scattered in all directions. Gu Hai's figure suddenly stopped. The flying boat had already reached the horizon. Lord Tang, take us with you. Lord Tang, don't leave us behind. Lord Tang, help. The group of subordinates in green shouted in horror. However, Lord Tang's flying boat had already flown far away. Gu Hai stood in the clouds of smoke and watched the flying boat leave with a gloomy expression. Whoosh! Mu Chen-fong and the others quickly flew over. Hall leader. Who is that? Is he so powerful? Mu Chen-fong said in surprise. Mr. Good, why didn't you chase after me just now? City Lord Sima asked blankly. City Lord Sima had clearly seen that Gu Hai seemed to have set his sights on Miyata and had an undying hatred for her. However, why didn't he chase after her just now? Don't chase a cornered enemy. Gu Hai shook his head, unwilling to explain further. City Lord Sima was slightly stunned. Gu Hai flipped his hand and put away the 5 scrolls. City Lord Sima didn't understand, and Mu Chen-fong was even more confused. Just now, why didn't the Emperor show these 5 paintings to Lord Tang? Wouldn't everything be solved if she got him pregnant? However, Gu Hai had already made a decision. Everyone could not say anything. Mr. Good, what should we do with these people in green? City Lord Sima looked at Gu Hai and asked. Didn't they say just now? Their hands are stained with the blood of the Deqian people. Since they have killed the Deqian people, what's the point of keeping them? Waiting for Miyata and 7 Kills to save them? Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Gu Hai, if you dare, the Emperor will not let you go. The group of people in green suddenly shouted in shock. Kill them immediately and avenge the innocent Deqian people. Gu Hai said coldly. Yes. The soldiers in the distance responded. City Lord Sima frowned slightly. He seemed to have other thoughts. However, since everyone was cheering, he couldn't stop them. Immediately, the men in green were killed on the spot by the soldiers of Silver Moon City. In the distance, another flying ship flew over quickly. It was Villa Lord Yun Mo. Along the way, Yun Mo was very anxious. After all, Silver Moon Villa owed Gu Hai a lot. He might not be able to help, but the old Villa Lord had said before that he had to do his best. Even though it was very dangerous, Yun Mo still flew over with his men, hoping that they could help. However, when he got closer, he saw that the soldiers of Silver Moon City were killing the Qing Emperor's subordinates one by one. Why is this happening? Yun Mo said in shock. Whoosh! The flying ship arrived in front of them instantly. Oh! Villa Lord Yun. Why are you here? Gu Hai asked in confusion. I was worried that something might happen to Mr. Good, so, it seems that I was overthinking. Yun Mo smiled bitterly. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then, his expression became serious. Solemnly, he bowed to Yun Emo and said, "Thank you for your concern, Villa Lord Yun." Although Yun Emo did not do anything, he had come to help him regardless of life and death. He had to be grateful. "Mr. Good, you're too polite." "I didn't do anything either." However, Miyata and 7 kills, who I thought were impossible to deal with, were all killed by Mr. Good in such a short time. Yun Emo smiled bitterly. At the same time, at the back mountain of Silver Moon Villa, Yangshin Palace. Pedantic. Lu Ji snorted coldly. Clearly, Lu Ji despised Yun Emo for being so reckless to help. On Lord Tang's flying ship. Whoosh! The flying ship flew quickly towards the north. "Ouch, my stomach, ouch!" Miyata held her stomach and cried in pain. "Lord Tang, why didn't you kill Gu Hai? Why didn't you do anything? You have the ability, you have the ability." 7 kills held his stomach and stared at Lord Tang. Lord Tang looked at them coldly. "I have the ability, but I don't have the obligation to help you. If you dare to be presumptuous again, I'll send you back. Do you believe me?" "Huh?" Miyata and 7 kills expressions froze. But they did not dare to refute. Clearly, Lord Tang had the ability to make them not dare to refute. Lord Tang turned his head and looked into the distance. He narrowed his eyes. "Ha, that's Gu Hai, right?" "Yes, it hurts." Miyata held her stomach and cried in pain. "Gu Hai. Ha, he should have received the invitation to the Thousand Sage Conference. If you want to take revenge, wait until you're in heavenly courts." Lord Tang said calmly. "But there's something in Silver Moon Sea that belongs to the Emperor." 7 kills said anxiously. Lord Tang looked at them coldly. "Something belonging to the Qing Emperor? If you lose it, it's your fault." "Ha, I don't understand." "Miyata, you're a formation master. Why didn't you use formations when you fought with Gu Hai?" Miyata's expression froze. "And you, 7 kills, you're a heaven-class Guqin master. Why didn't you use Guqin techniques?" Lord Tang said coldly. 7 kills expression also froze. "Two idiots." Lord Tang showed a hint of disdain. 7 kills and Miyata. Who would have thought? No, the scene that Gu Hai created when the two armies faced each other was simply too late. It was also not suitable to use ritual arrays or the zither. Ouch, ouch. Miyata held her stomach in pain. "My stomach, what do I do? What do I do? Lord Tang, quick, help me, help me." 7 kills screamed in agony. Lord Tang and everyone on the flying boat looked at the two people's stomachs and their faces stiffened. "Sir, should we?" One of the subordinates seemed to want to go forward and check. Lord Tang narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in them. That person suddenly shivered and retreated to the back, no longer interrupting. "Lord Tang, quick, it's too bloated. Help me." Miyata said anxiously. Lord Tang looked coldly. "You're pregnant. I don't dare to help you. Bear with it. Fly for 2 more days. One of your people, the Elixir King, seems to be there. Ask him to help you." "Huh? 2 more days? No." The two screamed and held their stomachs. Lord Tang ignored them. The airship flew quickly into the distance. Silver Moon Sea. A group of Qing Emperor's subordinates were all killed in the blink of an eye. In front of them was a cloud formation. Gu Hai looked coldly. "Hall Master, should we go in?" Mu Chenfeng asked. Gu Hai shook his head and remained silent. 7 kills and Miyata were gone. All of Qing Emperor's subordinates were killed. However, were there any other Qing Emperor's subordinates in this formation? Gu Hai was very cautious. Prepare to set up the formation. Use the formation to break the formation. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Now, they could only set up a chess formation to break the formation in front of them. There's no need, Mr. Gu. There's a Guqin Dao formation here. Miyata has already left. Without him, I should be able to use the Guqin Dao formation to break his formation. Yun Mo smiled. Oh. Then I'll have to trouble you, Villa Master Yun. Gu Hai immediately smiled. Yun Mo nodded. He took out a Guqin. Ding 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 ding. While Yun Mo was playing the Guqin, the seawater not far away suddenly trembled. A large amount of seawater rushed into the sky and dissipated some of the fog. However, the sea was too big. It would take a long time. Ding 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 ding. Rumble. With the sound of the Guqin, the seawater churned wildly. Waves rushed into the sky and quickly dissipated the fog. For a moment, the people of Silver Moon Sea set off a huge tsunami. Run, run. I can't control the formation. Help. Run. One figure after another soared into the sky from the fog. They fled in all directions. There's still someone else. Mu Chenfeng's face darkened. Release the arrows. City Master Sima shouted. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Immediately, arrows shot out in all directions. Some of the green-clothed men screamed as they were shot to death, while others managed to escape. Gu Hai did not bother with him, continuing to wait. Hong. With a loud sound, the Guqin Dao formation opened Miyata's formation. In an instant, a huge tsunami swept in all directions and exploded the rolling fog. Buzz! As the sound of the Guqin ended, water fell from the sky. Instantly, the sky was clear. Mr. Good, I didn't disappoint you. Yun Mo smiled. Thank you, Villa Master Yun. Gu Hai said gratefully. Mr. Good, you're too polite. Yun Mo shook his head. Everyone's eyes quickly turned to the sea and saw the huge golden egg. That's the black tortoise pearl. Yun Mo looked at the golden egg and said. City Master Sima and the others widened their eyes because they could see a snake and a tortoise in the center of the golden egg. They seemed to be confronting each other. There was also a group of Xuanwu around it. Gu Hai quickly flew closer. The group of black tortoises were covered in wounds, as if they had been tortured to extort a confession. At that moment, the Xuanwu were ecstatic when they saw Gu Hai flying over. However, after the ecstasy, the Xuanwu had complicated expressions. Greetings, greetings, Your Majesty. After hesitating for a while, the Xuanwu respectfully greeted Gu Hai. The appearance of Supreme Feng Yu made the future of the Xuanwu clan complicated. No one knew if they would ally with the Han dynasty. The Xuanwu looked at Gu Hai with complicated expressions. However, it was Gu Hai who had saved everyone. In the end, the Xuanwu still bowed to Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded and turned to look at the Xuanwu pearl, where Shangguan Hen's expression was twisted. Chapter 518. Within Xuanwu's bead, Shangguan Hen's face was contorted. He was even trembling in pain. Behind him, the two huge illusions, the black tortoise and the black tortoise, were facing each other and roaring furiously. Gu Hai reached out his hand to touch it. Boom! Xuanwu's bead knocked Gu Hai away. It's useless, Mr. Good. Qing Emperor also tried to break Xuanwu's bead, but he couldn't. Maybe he didn't try his best, but in the end. Yun Mo explained. Why, Your Majesty, you can't. The Xuanwu immediately surrounded Yun Mo anxiously. Ah! Shangguan Hen suddenly screamed in pain. His head was trembling more and more violently. Shangguan Hen, how can I help you? Gu Hai stared at him and shouted. Help! It's too late. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yu's voice came from Shangguanhen's bead. Boom. A large amount of black gas suddenly gushed out from Shangguanhen's neck. As soon as the black gas came out, the trembling Shangguanhen's head was strangely deformed. It became bigger and bigger, and more deformed. 4 cycles. The life-extinguishing saber slashed at it. Hong. Under the fierce slash, Xuanwu's bead still couldn't break through. Your Majesty, you can't. The Xuanwu anxiously tried to stop Yunamo, get lost. Gu Hai glared at the Xuanwu anxiously. The Xuanwu anxiously stared at the Xuanwu anxiously. Your Majesty, it's too late. Ha! Shangguanhen said bitterly. Boom! The power in Xuanwu's bead surged toward Shangguanhen's deformed head. Buzz! With a sudden shudder, the head suddenly stopped. See! Mu Chenfeng, City Master Sima, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked in front of them in shock. 2 heads. Yun Mo was surprised. However, he saw that Shangguanhen's head had split into 2. It seemed that another identical head had emerged from his neck. No, it was slightly different. The new head had a sinister look on its face. Shangguanhen, I'm out. Ha 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 ha. The sinister head laughed evilly. Feng Yu. You bastard. Shangguanhen's head said hatefully. Xuanwu's great splitting technique? Supreme martial artists, why are you? The group of Xuanwu immediately exclaimed. Ah! Shangguanhen suddenly screamed in pain. Split, roar. Feng Yu said malevolently. Rumble. However, they saw that more and more black gas was emerging from Shangguanhen's neck. That supreme martial artist Feng Yu's head became deformed again. Bang! A right hand emerged from the neck. Bang! Another left hand emerged. Shangguanhen now had 4 hands. When the 2 new hands appeared, they seemed to have found a place to exert strength. They supported Shangguanhen's shoulders and slowly crawled out from Shangguanhen's neck. Roar! Roar! The black tortoise and black tortoise behind him roared and approached Shangguanhen. That supreme martial artist Feng Yu seemed to have crawled out from Shangguanhen's body. Gu Hai and the others were all shocked. Split? It can split? Gu Hai said in astonishment. Ah! Shangguanhen and Feng Yu both roared and were enveloped by the black gas. Within the black gas, Feng Yu's body strangely appeared little by little and slowly crawled out from Shangguanhen's neck. Ha 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 ha! Feng Yu came out little by little with an evil smile. Finally, a pair of feet completely appeared. I'm out, I'm out. Ha 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 ha, Shangguanhen, what can you do now? Ha 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 ha. Feng Yu laughed loudly. Feng Yu crawled out from Shangguanhen's body. The wound on Shangguanhen's neck strangely healed. Feng Yu, you actually dared to split. It's fine if you split me, but you didn't even let off a god. Shangguanhen stared at Supreme Feng Yu. If it weren't for you, would I have split Xuanwu's body? Now, I only have 1 snake god. It's your fault. Supreme Feng Yu said coldly. Roar. Supreme Feng Yu stretched out her hand and used energy to create a set of clothes to cover her body. The black tortoise and black snake behind the 2 suddenly roared loudly. As they roared, Xuanwu's pearls trembled violently. Then, the black tortoise moved behind Shangguanhen while the black snake moved behind Supreme Feng Yu. They were completely split. Roar! The black tortoise and black snake revealed a ferocious expression. Shangguanhen and Feng Yu watched coldly. Shangguanhen snorted coldly. He no longer paid attention to Feng Yu and suddenly stretched out his arms. Black Tortoise God, this is the power left to me by the previous Supreme Being. Quickly absorb it for me. Shangguanhen shouted loudly. Rumble. The energy in Xuanwu's pearls surged wildly into Shangguanhen's body. Black Snake God, I am the previous Supreme Being. This is my power to begin with. Help me absorb it. Feng Yu shouted. Rumble. The surging energy quickly surged into Feng Yu's body. Shangguanhen and Feng Yu looked at each other coldly. The huge Xuanwu's pearls seemed to be slowly shrinking. You want to compete with me for this power? This is mine to begin with. How can you compete with me? You are only storing it in your body now. You can't refine it. Supreme Feng Yu sneered. Roar. Behind Feng Yu, the giant snake let out a thunderous roar. Then, it surged into Feng Yu's body. Feng Yu's body quickly swelled and changed shape. She slowly turned into an enormous black snake. The snake's mouth spat out energy, and its body grew bigger and bigger. I have memories, but no experience. However, what is mine is mine. Do you dare to kill me and snatch it? Shangguanhen shouted coldly. Boom. The black tortoise behind him immediately rushed into Shangguanhen's body. While it was spitting out energy, Shangguanhen also turned into a super huge tortoise. Rumble. The entire Xuanwu's pearls shrunk and were quickly absorbed by the snake and the tortoise. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 feet long Xuanwu's pearls had shrunk to the size of the tortoise and snake. The black tortoise's body emitted a large amount of energy. Its body had expanded to 5,000 feet, which was already its limit. Clearly, Shangguanhen had to store the energy in his body. As for refining it, it would take a long time. Roar. In the blink of an eye, the black snake had expanded to 15,000 feet long. It was a super huge snake. As it absorbed the energy, it was completely refining it. Without your imprisonment, my cultivation is growing fast. It should have been like this long ago, long ago. Feng Yu roared. As he roared, his body emitted a super aura. Retreat. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he quickly led everyone to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the giant snake's aura had reached the peak state of Shiyu the Great in the past, and it was still growing. The giant snake roared at the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky began to revolve around the giant snake. Supreme, Supreme. The group of Xuanwu cheered excitedly. This was the aura of a Supreme, the aura of an invincible Supreme. The giant snake stretched out its neck, revealing a flattened neck like a king cobra. Behind the flattened neck, there seemed to be a moon-like pattern, and a gloomy aura was emitted. The snake swung its tail, and the gloomy aura instantly enveloped the entire Silver Moon Sea. The Silver Moon Sea was instantly frozen, and the turbulent sea was instantly frozen. This aura. Yunemo revealed a shocked expression. It has already surpassed Shiyu the Great. Gu Hai's expression changed. Crack. The giant snake roared at the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. Rolling thunder and lightning rushed down like a rainstorm, and it instantly hit the entire frozen sea. All the Xuanwu people in the world, listen up. I am back. All the Xuanwu people, immediately report to me at the Silver Moon Sea. Roar. Supreme Feng Yu roared. On top of the giant snake's head, a snake-shaped blue light seemed to appear, and the blue light shot out in all directions. Buzz. Below, the group of Xuanwu people were ecstatic. Voice of God. This is the voice of God. The group of Xuanwu people said excitedly. Buzz. With the Silver Moon Sea as the center, the blue light started to spread in all directions of the divine continent. The Great Qian Celestial Empire, Heavenly Courts, in a courtyard. The angels from the Solar Divine Palace were gathered here. The six-winged angel Yehua was sitting on a chair, discussing something with a group of subordinates. Suddenly, a group of people's expressions changed. Humble. Everyone stood up. What's wrong? Cui Yin. Did I say something wrong? Gu Hai will definitely come to heavenly courts to participate in the Thousand Saints Conference. At that time, you will be the one to assassinate Gu Hai. Yehua said coldly. Ha 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 ha. The leader suddenly raised his head and laughed. Cui Yin, are you crazy? Why are you standing up? Have all the Xuanwu people lost their minds? Someone beside him sneered. The leader, Cui Yin, laughed coldly. No need, second young master. From now on, I will not follow you, ha ha ha. What did you say? Yehua said coldly. Without the protection of the Solar Divine Palace, you are just stray dogs. Someone beside him said coldly. Everyone, we should go back. Ha ha ha, Supreme Martial Artist is back. Supreme Martial Artist is not dead. We should go back. We are no longer the slaves of the Solar Divine Palace. We are the Xuanwu people, the most powerful people in the world, the Xuanwu people. Cui Yin shouted. Yes. The Xuanwu people immediately responded. Voice of God. Through the god of a race, the voice was transmitted to all the people. In an instant, all the Xuanwu people heard Supreme Martial Artist Feng Yu's voice. Cui Yin and the others did not want to stay here for a moment longer. Boom. They did not want anything. They did not want to pack anything. Go, 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 go. They were going to the Silver Moon Ocean to meet Supreme Martial Artist. Han Dynasty, Boundless Celestial Capital. Miao Chen and the Xuanwu people's expressions changed. In the end, Supreme Feng Yu has the upper hand. Ha! Ha ha ha! Miao Chen revealed a bitter smile, thinking that Shangguan Hen was done for. Elder Miao, what's going on? Why are all the Xuanwu people so agitated? Guqin came forward to ask. Your Highness, I am sorry. Although I am very willing to follow Supreme Shangguan Hen, Supreme Feng Yu won in the end. I have to leave. I am still a Xuanwu. Sorry. Miao Chen shook his head. Let's go. Rumble. The Xuanwu people quickly flew towards the Silver Moon Ocean. Chapter 5:19. Feng Yu shouted. Through the mysterious snake god, her voice was transmitted to the entire clan. The giant snake turned its head and looked at Shangguan Hen and the others. Greetings to the Supreme. The Xuanwu excitedly saluted Feng Yu. Whoosh! 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 All around the Silver Moon Ocean, streams of light suddenly flashed. The nearby Xuanwu clan members had heard the sound and were excitedly flying over. Supreme! Greetings to the Supreme! Greetings to the Supreme! The newly arrived Xuanwu clan members saw the giant snake and immediately cried out with tears in their eyes. Although the giant snake looked a little different from before, its aura was unmistakable. All the newly arrived Xuanwu clan members were extremely excited. Feng Yu ignored the Xuanwu clan members. Instead, she coldly looked at Shangguan Hen's giant black tortoise form. Shangguan Hen. Ha, ha 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 ha, now, you can't do anything, right? I've already split from your body, so I'm no longer under your control. You've taken half of the black tortoise pearl's energy, so the other half should be mine. Supremacy. Feng Yu's eyes were cold and murderous. The giant black tortoise's body flickered and instantly transformed back into Shangguan Hen's human form. Shangguan Hen flew to Gu Hai's side and coldly looked at the mysterious snake. Humph, Feng Yu, you split my body. Do you know that I'm not complete? My cultivation will be affected. Even my soul is split in two. Are you trying to split the Xuanwu clan apart? Humph, you talk too much. Feng Yu coldly said. Feng Yu's body emitted a cold murderous aura. You want to kill me and take the energy in my body? Ha ha ha, come on, kill me. You're my split body. Our lives are the same. If I die, you must die. Do you dare to kill me? Come on then. Shangguanhen said coldly with a ferocious expression. Supreme Being Feng Yu stared coldly at Shangguanhen. She spat out her snake tongue, and her eyes were filled with coldness. You're right, I can't kill you, but what about the others? What about that Gu Hai? Humph, go and capture Gu Hai for me. Supreme Feng Yu said with a cold snort. Yes. All the Xuanwu immediately responded. At this moment, he completely disregarded Gu Hai's previous rescue. The words of the supreme martial artist were orders. The group of Xuanwu immediately charged forward. How dare you? Shangguanhen glared at him. Suddenly, the aura of the black tortoise spread out, and the pressure of divinity caused all of the Xuanwu's faces to fall. They stopped in their tracks and dropped to their knees. Supreme martial artist, please forgive us. The group of Xuanwu immediately said bitterly. Shangguanhen stared coldly at the group of Xuanwu. Do you still recognize me? Ha, that's fine. Now listen carefully. Whoever dares to touch Gu Hai will be regarded as a traitor of the Xuanwu clan, and will be killed. The group of Xuanwu's faces changed, and they turned to look at Supreme Feng Yu. Supreme Feng Yu looked coldly at Shangguanhen. Ha, you have the black tortoise god, so they don't dare to touch you. So what if I do? Today, I'm going to kill Gu Hai. Let's see what you can do to me. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Supreme Feng Yu. Shangguanhen sneered. Feng Yu? You're afraid of Gu Hai, aren't you? That's why you want to kill him. Shangguanhen tried to provoke Supreme Feng Yu. However, Supreme Feng Yu didn't fall for it. Instead, she said coldly, maybe you're right. I see the shadow of Old Man Guanqi in Gu Hai. Old Man Guanqi never did anything when he killed people. He could easily mobilize people and kill people. Gu Hai also has this ability. Today, I won't kill him. In the future, he will definitely scheme against me for you. So, I might as well die here now. Shangguanhen sneered. You want to kill him, but what if I insist on protecting him? Protect? You won't be able to protect him. You have the power to open the Heaven Palace now, but it's only the lower Heaven Palace. Ha ha ha, in front of me, who can you protect? Supreme Feng Yu pointed forward again and looked at Shangguanhen disdainfully. In Supreme Feng Yu's eyes, there was no one here who could stop her. Killing Gu Hai was a piece of cake. Even if you have countless schemes, I can defeat 10 with my strength. No one can save you. However, Supreme Feng Yu had just moved forward a little when her face suddenly stiffened and she stopped. Shangguanhen, are you crazy? Supreme Feng Yu suddenly exclaimed. Ha, can I protect Gu Hai now? Shangguanhen sneered. However, she saw Shangguanhen take out a long sword from somewhere and put it to his neck, as if he was going to commit suicide. You! Supremacy Feng Yu's eyes widened. If you dare to move forward, I will die in front of you. No, if I die, you will die too. At most, we will die together. Ha, ha ha ha. Shangguanhen laughed arrogantly. You dare. You are going to commit suicide for him. Supreme Feng Yu glared. Shangguanhen said coldly, I will commit suicide. I believe that the Emperor will be able to find my divine soul one day. I believe that he will be able to revive me. But what about you? After you die, what will you have? Who can save you? Gu Hai can revive the dead. Who would believe that? Supreme Feng Yu glared angrily. I believe you. Shangguanhen's voice was firm and firm. Supremacy Feng Yu's expression flickered with uncertainty. I said that I will protect him. I will definitely be able to protect him. Even if you want to kill him, you may not be able to. Shangguanhen sneered. Humph. Supreme Feng Yu glared and snorted. Obviously, it was impossible for her to attack again. However, she didn't expect Shen Guanhen to be such a ruthless person. Suicide? Suicide to protect a person. Although she was the incarnation of evil, she didn't have the heart to seek death. Supreme Feng Yu snorted and turned into her human form. Shen Guanhen sighed secretly. He turned his head and looked at the group of Xuanwu. All Xuanwu, listen up. Whether you listen to me or Supreme Feng Yu, I now command all the Xuanwu with the will of the god Xuanwu. From today onwards, no matter who you are, no one is to make things difficult for Gu Hai. You are not to make things difficult for anyone in the Han dynasty. If you violate this, you will be treated as traitors and killed without mercy. The group of Xuanwu looked at each other, then looked at Supreme Feng Yu. In the end, they said respectfully, yes. Shen Guanhen looked at the Xuanwu coldly, then turned to look at Gu Hai. Your Majesty, let's leave first. You can't leave. Feng Yu suddenly said coldly. Shen Guanhen said in a deep voice. What if you are killed outside? So, you are not allowed to leave. Stay by my side. Feng Yu said coldly. Did I say I was leaving? Shen Guanhen snorted. Supreme Shengguan, why don't you come to my Silver Moon Villa? Yunemo said with a smile. Okay. Shen Guanhen nodded. Go to Silver Moon City. At this moment, Supreme Feng Yu didn't stop him. After all, Silver Moon City was right next to them, within her sight. Shen Guanhen and Gu Hai left for Silver Moon Villa. City Lord Sima was very confused on the way back. Supreme Xuanwu. Resurrected? Stationed in Silver Moon Ocean from now on? Is this a blessing or a curse? A group of Xuanwu transformed into their human forms and followed Shen Guanhen under Supreme Feng Yu's instructions. On the surface, they were there to protect him, but in reality, they were there to monitor him. Silver Moon City. The army that took revenge for the people returned to the city and was greeted with cheers. However, Gu Hai didn't have time to care about it. Instead, he went to a hall in Silver Moon Villa with Shen Guanhen. Only Gu Hai and Shen Guanhen were in the hall. They even used a soundproof enchantment. Shen Guanhen, thank you very much. Gu Hai said with a smile. What are you talking about, Your Majesty? Your Majesty risked your life to come here for me. So what if I threaten Supreme Feng Yu? Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. If I died, would you resurrect me? Shen Guanhen said with a smile. I must resurrect you. Gu Hai said with certainty. Resurrect? How could it be so easy? However, if Shen Guanhen really died because of him, he had to do his best. In that case, I can rest assured. At least I didn't make the wrong choice in our alliance. I was able to escape from Supreme Feng Yu's imprisonment, and all my hopes were on you. So I had to do what I did just now, Shen Guanhen said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded solemnly. The two of them told each other what had happened during this period of time and sighed with emotion. What do you plan to do next? Stay by Supreme Feng Yu's side. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Shen Guanhen said with a smile, I'd better stay in Silver Moon Sea for the time being. With the strength of the Celestial Palace, there is still a lot of energy in my body that has not been refined. If I go out now, I will be a human-shaped treasure. I don't know how many jealous people will come looking for me. With Feng Yu by my side, they won't dare to do anything to me. Gu Hai was silent for a while. Although Shen Guanhen said it casually, Gu Hai could hear the deep helplessness in Shen Guanhen's voice. Don't worry, I will help you find a solution as soon as possible. Definitely. Gu Hai said with certainty. Shen Guanhen was silent for a while and nodded. The Han dynasty is developing rapidly. It's good that you stay in Silver Moon Sea. Help me protect Yun Mo of Silver Moon Villa, Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Because of Yun Mo, the Han dynasty will usher in an explosive development. So, Yun Mo's safety is of utmost importance. The entire Xuanwu clan will gather in Silver Moon Sea, so protecting Yun Mo shouldn't be difficult. I'll leave everything to you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Don't worry, with me here, Yun Mo will be here. Solemnly, Shenguanhen said. Gu Hai nodded. Your Majesty, are you going to the Thousand Sage Conference next? Shenguanhen asked doubtfully. Gu Hai nodded. The Thousand Sage Conference is about to start. I have to meet and kill many people. I have to leave as soon as possible. Shenguanhen nodded. Oh right, I have a theory about the resurrection of Supreme Feng Yu. Gu Hai said with a frown. Oh. Could all of this be part of Old Man Guanqi's plan? Gu Hai said solemnly. Whoosh. Shenguanhen immediately stood up, showing a horrified expression. Gu Hai shook his head, I don't know if it is or not. Be careful. I will think of a solution for you as soon as possible. Shenguanhen's eyelids twitched for a while before he finally nodded. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, in that case, after everything is settled, I will head north to Heavenly Courts. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.